The Adivasi Will Not Dance by Hansta Sauvendra Shekhar. Published by Speaking Tiger Books in 2015. Narrated by Ritonil Mishra, Medha Chattopadhyay, and Anandi Bhattacharya.
মারাং বুরু হেরলা জাহেরায়ো হেরলা বঙ্গা বুরু আর হাপরাম কো লাগিদ আর বাবা বো বিতি লাগিদ
Content: They eat meat. Chant: November is the month of migration. Getting even. Eating with the enemy. Blue baby. Basuji. Desire divination. Death. Mainly about the Adivasi will not dance. Acknowledgement.
Three, two, one, start.
They eat meat. Our aunt Panmuniji began to eat regularly in restaurants after moving to Vadodara in 2000. In Bhubaneswara, where she had lived before Vadodara, with her husband Biram and sons Hopon and Rabi, she would avoid eating out, fearing infection and stomach upsets. On days when the family returned late from their village outside Ghatshila to Bhubaneswar, driving their Maruti Omni on the National Highway 33 and 5, Panmunichi would be too tired to cook. They would then get their dinner packed from one of the roadside restaurants. But so paranoid was Panmunichi about eating restaurant food that her tummy would begin to rumble a warning even before she had put a morsel into her mouth. Biram Kumang would chide her.
You cannot always find food cooked to your standard.
Biram Soren was a director with the Gramin Vidyut Nigam, a central government enterprise which provides electricity to villages. He had been with the company for over 20 years. His job involved regular travel and he wasn't very particular about food. Panmunichi would say sharply,
If I don't get food cooked to my satisfaction, I will not eat.
Biram Kumang couldn't argue with his wife. First, he hated useless arguments. Second, he knew of the high standards which Panmunichi maintained in the kitchen. Apart from cooking the regular dal bhat and roti torkari, Panmunichi would experiment liberally, taking cues from cookery shows and magazines like Vanita and Meri Saheli. She experimented with eggs, milk, semolina, and pumpkins, even tomato skins and potato peels. She made idli using only semolina, eggless cake in a pressure cooker, tomato pickle with a tart, tangy flavor, and numerous items out of rice flour. Rabi was fond of saying,
If my mother is given cow dung, she can make pita out of it.
Panmunichi had also mastered several fancy items available in restaurants and roadside stalls: puchka, masala dosa, chow mein, chili chicken, and the like. If she came to know that her sons had eaten chili chicken somewhere, she would make the dish at home and ask them which was better. It was a little wonder, then, that when Biram Kumang learnt of his transfer to Vadodara at the end of 1999, one of Panmunichi's immediate concerns was food.
What are we going to eat there? They don't eat Jil Hako in Gujarat, do they?
Family and friends in Ghatshila were concerned too. They asked,
Where will you live? What will you eat? Will you able to manage in such a faraway place?
Such questions made Bigram Kumar and Panmunichi even more nervous. Biram Kumang had not expected to be transferred, not at his age. With 10 more years of service left before retirement, this move would disrupt their lives. They would be quite literally moving from one end of the country to the other. Panmunichi, though, practical as ever, started contacting her acquaintances in Gujarat. Jhapandi, a cousin of ours, lived in Vadodara. Her husband worked with the Central Industrial Security Force.
Hello, Japan. Yes, Mai. Your Kumang has been transferred to Gujarat. Oh, will you be in Vadodara, Ji? Yes, how is the place? The place is good, G. It's neat and clean and well arranged. Once you get used to this place, you'll like it. That we'll have to, Japan. I am more worried about where to stay and what to eat, you see, Japan. I understand, G, and that might be a problem. A problem? Yes, G. You see, the food habits here are very different. You may have to stop eating quite a few things we take for granted. Like what, Japan? Uh, for one, people don't eat meat here. No fish, no chicken, no mutton, not even eggs. Oh, don't worry, G. There are people who eat meat, and while they do sell meat and eggs in some places, those things are not easily available. People here don't like to mix with those who eat meat and eggs. It's like that. Oh, what to do then, Japan? Don't worry, G. If you feel like eating eggs or chicken, you can come over to our place and inside the CISF campus. Everything is freely available. No problem with that.
By the end of 2000, the Sorens were in Vadodara, while Rabi, who was in medical college, stayed back in Cuttack. Hopon, who was in class 9, accompanied his parents and was admitted to the ONGC Kendriya Vidyalaya, about an hour's drive from their new flat on the ground floor of a house in Subhanpura colony. It was a two-storied house of reasonable size, owned by the Raos, an elderly couple. On the ground floor of a house in Subhanpura colony. It was a two-storied house of reasonable size, owned by the Raos, an elderly couple. There was a hall cum dining space, two bedrooms, two bathrooms, and a kitchen. There was a veranda in the front, a smaller veranda at the back, some space in the front which was patio, flower bed, and car park all in one. And there was a little kitchen garden at the back. A staircase on the side of the house led up to the first floor and to the terrace. There was only one garage, where the Raos kept their old Maruti 800, but a shed had been built just beside the front gate to house an additional car. The entrance to the compound was common through the front gate. The Raos were a Telugu couple from Andhra Pradesh. Mr. Rao had been an employee of the central governmental unit, just like Biram Kumang was. He had been posted all over India before Vadodara, where he retired after building a house in the Subhanpura colony. The Raos had two sons. The elder worked and lived in Germany, while the younger was a student of engineering in some other state. Biram Kumang would never forget his first meeting with Mr. Rao after they had moved in.
Mr. Soren,
Mr. Rao said to Biram Kumang after they had made some small talk over tea and biscuits.
I hope you don't mind my asking this. Could you tell me a bit more about yourself? Where are you from? Yes, sure. As I said earlier, we are from Jharkhand.
Biram Kumang said.
You see, I have been to Jharkhand.
Mr. Rao said, surprising Biram Kumang with the slight hesitation he began with.
To Ranchi and Pan. It was long time ago, but it was a long time ago. It was all Bihar then. Jharkhand became a separate state only a few days ago. Yes, in November.
Biram Kumang said.
Hey, Mr. Soren, I hope you don't mind. I hope you won't mind asking this, will you? No, sir, not at all.
Biram Kumang said tensely.
Please ask. It's not Soren a tribal your name? Please, I just want to know for information check.
Biram Kumang was shocked at being asked this so directly, especially by the gentle-seeming Mr. Rao, but he kept his composure.
Yes, sir.
Biram Kumang answered.
We are tribal Santal. Please, I hope you don't mind, Mr. Soren. I have nothing against tribal. I have worked with tribal in my various postings all over my country. I have even live in Ranchi. I respect all community, and in this city, you see, even we are outsiders. I understand that, sir.
Biram Kumar said, unsure what Mr. Rao was getting at.
You see, Mr. Soren, I asked this because not everyone here might have the same attitude as me.
Biram Kumar was all ears.
Vadodara is only Hindu city.
Mr. Rao continued.
People have here belief is in purity. I am not sure what this is purity is, but all I know that people here don't eat non-veg. You know, meat, fish, chicken, egg. Not do they approve of people who eat non-veg? Yes, sir.
Biram Kumar answered.
Tribal, even lower caste Hindu, they are seen as impure. I hope you don't understand.
Mr. Rao seemed almost contrite as he said this.
Yes, sir. I have some idea of this.
Biram Kumar said.
Muslim and Christian, they don't stand a chance here. They have a separate area where they live, city within city. Separate ways for Muslim, for Christians.
Biram Kumar kept nodding.
Mr. Soren, you seem like a good man, a family man. We trust you, but could I ask you to do one thing?
Biram Kumar hesitated and then said,
What is it, sir? You see, Mr. Soren, people may want to know about you. They're always curious. If they ask you where you are from, please, will you tell them that you are from Jharkhand? Just that much, nothing more. Better still, can you tell them you have been transferred from Bhubaneswar? Mentioning a well-known city usually clear the air quicker. You understand, don't you? Sure, I do.
Biram Kumar relaxed a little. He had been told to expect all this.
As for me,
Mr. Rao added.
if someone asks me, I will tell them I know you through college and friends. I know and trust. I will say that you are a good person.
Biram Kumar forced a smile.
That would be very kind.
Mr. Rao heaved a sigh of relief.
Thank you, Mr. Soren. You see, even we used to eat meat, chicken, and eggs. We used to have egg for breakfast almost daily. My son, they eat non-veg, but no, when they are here, we decide to settle here because the place is so neatly tidy and we have to pay a small price. I hope you understand.
Biram Kumar only said,
Of course, I understand, but still we cannot be sure who holds cards against whom, what tension there are underneath all the civility. I don't know how many people here in this colony where we have lived for a decade or so hate us for not being from Gujarat. One can never tell. The family living in that house there.
Mr. Rao pointed to the house right across the narrow street.
The Mormon, not everyone in this colony is comfortable with the fashion. So you see, one has to be cautious all time. That's right.
Biram Kumar nodded in agreement.
Mr. Soren,
Mr. Rao began hesitantly again.
speaking of caution, can I ask you one more favor?
Biram Kumang thought for a second or two. What else was coming?
Yes,
He said.
what is it? Can you assure us that you will not cook any non-veg in my kitchen? No meat, mutton, egg, chicken, fish, nothing.
Biram Kumang came downstairs and recounted the meeting to Panmuni Ji. She only clutched her head in her hands and kept sitting where she was, silently, for a long time.
Chapan, where have we come?
Panmuni Ji lamented on a visit to her niece. Japandi said.
Don't worry, Ji. You will get used to this place.
Panmuni Ji asked in outrage.
How can people dislike those who eat meat? We need haku or simjil every Sunday and eggs nearly every day. What to do, Ji?
Japandi said wistfully.
Jamun des, tamun bhes. While we can buy everything here in the campus market mutton, chicken, eggs, alcohol we don't do that outside. Anyway, nothing is available outside, not in the entire Vadodara bazaar.
Panmuni Ji shook her head in disbelief.
Don't worry, Ji.
Japandi laughed and patted Panmuni Ji on the knee.
When you feel like eating jil haku, come to our place. Have you got your phone connection yet? No, not yet.
Panmuni Ji said.
We'll get it next week or so. All right, Ji. As soon as you get your phone line, call us. Then we'll fix a date for a lunch or a dinner, a traditional Santhal meal, daka and simjil. Done?
After the landline had been fixed, the first call Panmuni Ji made was to Rabi at his hostel in Cuttack.
Son, we haven't eaten chicken for 2 weeks. Not even eggs.
That's good, Bo.
Rabi laughed.
Good?
Yes, at least you won't spoil your tummy. Each time you eat chicken, you eat indigestion.
Not when I cook the chicken, son.
Don't worry, Bo. Change your diet. You are getting older. Old people should not eat meat and eggs that cause heart problem, cholesterol, fat, indigestion, and gout.
This only annoyed Panmuni Ji more. In spite of the restrictions on her diet, Panmuni Ji fell in love with Vadodara within a year. The markets, the roads, everything was so clean and neatly arranged. It was an old town, but there was so much open space and greenery. It was so unlike Orissa and Jharkhand. The shift in loyalties was finally sealed when she went out to eat at a restaurant in town.
Let's eat outside today.
Biram Kumang suggested one afternoon during a shopping trip.
Outside?
Panmuni Ji was stunned.
Arey, you have to eat out to see how little restaurants here are. They are not like the hotel in Bhubaneswar. They are different, cleaner.
Curious, she followed Biram Kumang into an eatery. It was a simple space, but spacious, airy, and, as Panmuni Ji noticed right away, clean. There was ample space between the tables for patrons and staff to work. The tables had white tops, but they had been cleaned so well there were no haldi stains, no stains from the bases of glasses and cool drink bottles. Also, there were no puddles of water accumulated anywhere, no dirt deposited in the corners, no shoe or mud stains. It was like Panmuni Ji's own house. Biram Kumang and Panmuni Ji ordered a Gujarati thali each. Panmuni Ji liked the taste of the food, plain as it was. However, it was the cleanliness which made the strongest impression upon her. The Sorens would regularly visit Japandi, but as the family grew busier with Biram Kumang's office and Hoppon's school, and as Panmuni Ji got too used to Vadodara, their visits decreased in frequency. Still, they ensured a meeting at least once a month. Similarly, their menu at Japandi's too underwent a change. Japandi would come Japandi would be more than eager to entertain her aunt's family from Jharkhand and would cook a lot of chicken and fish. However, as the Sorens more or less stopped eating non vegetarian food and began enjoying the vegetarian meals that they often had at restaurants in Vadodara, they asked Japandi to not bother. Bhat dal, one tarkari, and for that token non vegetarian dish, even a simple egg curry would do.
Of course, this city is neat and clean, Ji.
Japandi said to Panmuniji.
This is one of the charms of living here. Everything here is in order. You haven't been to Ahmedabad yet, have you, Ji? No.
Panmuniji said.
I've heard about it though. It's a nice place, no? Nice? It's beautiful.
Japandi's eyes shone.
Such good roads. You can lie down on them. And the markets and the shops? I'll ask your Kumang to take us there one day. You must, Ji. You see, Ji, cities in Gujarat were too dirty. All kachra on the road and congestion. But there was a plague epidemic here. You remember? Some 6-7 years ago?
Panmuniji nodded. She remembered. She had been at the Khatshila railway station one day that year when the station master had announced that the Ahmedabad Howrah Express would pass through the station and people had started moving away from the platform. As soon as the Ahmedabad Howrah Express arrived, whistling wildly as it thudded through, everyone had turned their faces away and covered their mouths, noses, and face with their palms or handkerchiefs.
Ever since that outbreak, the government here has made sure that the towns and cities are kept clean.
Japandi said.
I tell you, Japan,
Panmuniji often said to Japandi on their Santhali lunch afternoons.
I always tried to avoid eating at roadside restaurants in Bhubaneswar. Whenever Rabi and Hopon bought me any outside food, I would fall ill. Stomachache, gas. I was so scared. I would hardly eat outside. If your Kumang asked me to eat out, I would tell him to take me to a good and clean place. An expensive place like Swasti or Mayfair, or I wouldn't go. But here, Japan, I like eating outside. I told you, you'll get used to this place.
But old habits die hard. The Sorens did wean themselves, and quite successfully to some extent, away from fish, chicken, and mutton. However, at times they would crave the simple sin of an egg. There was a small shop in a far corner of the market near the Subhanpura colony, run by an immigrant from Bihar. It was the only shop in the entire market which sold eggs, and there were always a fair number of people at the shop. Biram Kumang or Hopon would go there, look around to make sure there were no familiar eyes spying on them, buy 2 eggs, wrap them up discreetly, put them in their cloth shopping bag, and return home. If buying eggs was a difficult task, cooking one was a mission in itself. Cooking more than one egg at the same time was the same as getting caught. If Hopon ate one egg on a given day, he would have the next egg only after a week or so, when Panmunichi was sure that the odor of the egg she had cooked had wafted out of the house of the Subhanpura colony itself. Also, disposing the eggshells was a problem. Each morning, the Sorens would tie up all the garbage, vegetable peels, wrappers, waste papers, tea leaves in the polythene bags they lined their garbage bins with, and either Biran Kumang or Hopon would throw these into the municipal garbage bin outside the colony. On days the garbage included eggshells, they would go even further. On some days, when they couldn't throw the eggshells in the garbage, they would bury them in the kitchen garden. On days like this, Panmunichi would miss the freedom of Bhubaneswar and the cool sea breeze of the Bay of Bengal, which touched each person in the same way. In Bhubaneswar, Panmunichi remembered, she would regularly cook 2 egg omelets for Rabi and Hopon. She would make delicious katla mach, which all the Santhal women of the city would praise. And of course, there were the regular chicken and mutton dishes. The aroma of eggs, fish, Chicken and mutton dishes would waft out of her kitchen and flow all over the HIG housing board colony. No one raised an eyebrow. No one came to her house to grab her husband's collar and demand of him, Soren, didn't I tell you not to cook non veg? No. Instead, her neighbors would only ask her, Bojo, এই dish tamo kemti tayyar kaorcho? And she would happily tell them how she had made the dish. In Odisha, Panmonichi could be a Santhal and Oriya a Bengali. In Gujarat, she had to be only a Gujarati. In Bhubaneswar, all the Santhals of the city celebrated Baha, Sorai, and Sakrat together. They went to the Kandan Zoo for their yearly picnic. They went to the Nandankanan Zoo for their yearly picnic and cooked jil leto for all the guests. They even invited Santhals living in other places in Odisha, like Cuttack, Pradeep, Rourkela, Badipada, and Korapur. It would be an impressive gathering. Panmuniji came to know from Jhapandi that there were Santhals living in Gujarat and working in offices. Panmuniji wondered if it would be possible for all the Santhals in Gujarat to go out on a picnic together and cook jil leto openly. And when she had such thoughts, the demands to conform with the society she was living in made her feel constricted. Yet, Vadodara continually impressed her. On her last visit to Jharkhand before Hopun's board exams in 2002, Panmuniji bought a lehenga choli with an applique, a mirror work for 3,000. She also picked up a traditional woodwork sofa from the artisans of Vadodara district for her home. It was exquisitely carved and so finely lacquered that it shone. Their old sofa set was put in the back veranda, and the new Gujarati sofa was installed in the drawing room. Panmuniji further filled up the house with bhitiya wall hangings, beadwork torans, and vases. In less than a year, the Sorens had settled well in their new city. They had made friends both in Biramkumang's office and in the neighborhood. And while it was now well known that the Sorens were of Adivasi origin, they conformed to the norms. They went to mandirs, celebrated Hindu festivals, fasted on certain days, lit dhup batti in their house, and were accepted. Mr. Rao was happy at the manner in which Biram Kumang and Panmuniji made Vadodara their home. His evening conversations with Biram Kumang at the gate grew more cordial and relaxed day by day. Meanwhile, Panmuniji and Mrs. Rao also became friends. One morning, after Biram Kumang had left for work, Mrs. Rao surprised Panmuniji by paying her a visit because she was rarely seen outside her flat. After some small talk, she said suddenly,
Please, Mrs. Soren, can I fry an egg in your kitchen? Mr. Rao won't let me.
Panmuniji was stunned, and for a moment she did not know what to say. It was so strange. Who asked such a thing out of the blue? And they barely knew each other. Perhaps this was a trap. Had Mrs. Rao seen Hopon bury the eggshells in the kitchen garden? What would happen now?
Mrs. Rao?
Panmuniji said and stopped. Mrs. Rao seemed to understand and said,
No, please don't misunderstand, Mrs. Soren. The family who lived here before you, Mr. Rao sent them away. I haven't had any non-veg for months. He won't let me.
That morning, Panmuniji learned how to make a spicy Andhra egg fry. After their meal, Mrs. Rao went into the bathroom and Panmuniji heard her gargle. When she was leaving, Panmuniji gave her an elaichi as mouth freshener. Over the next few months, Panmuniji and Mrs. Rao made periodic visits to Chapandi's house in the CISF campus to cook their favorite meat dishes. Sometimes Hopon joined them after school to give his verdict on whose dish tasted better. On the morning of Wednesday 27, February 2002, Biram Kumang and Hopon were at the Vadodara railway station reserving seats for Ghatshila where they planned to travel after Hopon's exams ended. It was around 11 a.m. Biram Kumang had brought the tickets and was walking towards the exit gate, where Hopun was waiting for him, when there was a sudden commotion. Someone shouted that a train had been set on fire. In the blink of an eye, Biram Kumang hadn't yet reached Hopun. Chaos ensued at the reservation counter.
A train burned. Where? Not here? Then where? What happened?
Who died? When?
A riot? Where? Tickets were forgotten. Forms, train, timetables, everything was cast aside as everyone started miling out of the reservation counter. Hopun, alarmed, turned around, saw his father rushing towards the gate, raised his hand and shouted.
Baba, go.
Biram Kumang shouted.
Go to the car, quickly.
Hopun didn't need to be told again. He rushed down the stairs of the reservation counter and ran towards the parking lot. On reaching the car, he turned around and saw the melee behind him. People were rushing away from the station, clutching at their bags, bundles, and children. On the other side, towards the city, the scene was relatively peaceful. People who had come in vehicles were getting them out. While there was civility, people were giving space to each other to reverse or maneuver their vehicles. There was urgency in their eyes. Biram Kumang rushed up to the Omni, unlocked the door and scrambling in, unlatched the door on Hopun's side.
Get in quickly.
He said.
Baba,
Hopun said.
you reserve the car, I will guide you. You get in fast.
Biram Kumang snapped. Hopun jumped in and slammed the door shut. Biram Kumang reversed the car, lightly scraping the vehicle behind him. Hopun's heart skipped a beat. He took a look at his father's face. He had never seen him so tense. They drove out of the parking lot, out of the station area, and into the city. By now, the wave of panic had begun to ripple out. Shutters had been downed in the lanes close to the station. There's
been a riot somewhere.
Biram Kumang rushed up to the Omni and locked. By now, the wave of panic had begun to ripple out. Shutters had been downed in the lanes close to the station.
There's been a riot somewhere.
Biram Kumang told Hopun, his eyes on the road, tension still etched on his face.
A what?
Hopun asked.
A riot, danga, maybe people have been killed. I am not sure. Killed? Where? I don't know.
Hopun did not say anything more. All he wanted was for them to get home as quickly as possible. He thought of his mother. What would she be doing? If a danga was happening somewhere, it would be reported on TV. His mother didn't usually watch TV in the morning, but Hopun willed her to be watching TV at that moment so that she would know about the riot and lock the doors and the windows. He also wanted to ask his father about the tickets. They had rushed out of the station in such a hurry that it was quite possible that he had dropped them. Then he saw the tickets peeping out of the pocket of his father's shirt. Subhanpura colony was 10 kilometers from the station, beside the busy HT road. As they drove home, Biram Kumang and Hopun saw that many people were still walking around. Vehicles were driving along normally and daily life was going on almost as usual. Biram Kumang wondered how long this would last. When they reached home, Hopun jumped out of the car and opened the front gate. Biram Kumang drove right in and parked the car under the shed. He locked the door behind him as he entered and began to shut and bolt the windows.
What happened?
Panmuniji rushed to Biram Kumang, worried. She was alone in the house. The maid who came to clean the house and do the dishes had left by then. Biram Kumang asked,
Do you have everything at home? Rice, atta, vegetable, biscuit, so do you need anything?
Yes, why?
Panmuniji was puzzled.
Is everything all right?
No, things are not alright.
Biram Kumang peered out of the window at the street as he spoke.
There might be a curfew. People were saying that a train has been set on fire somewhere in Gujarat. Tell me if you have everything in tow, otherwise I will go out and quickly buy things.
No, no, don't go anywhere.
Panmuniji protested.
We have everything. Don't go anywhere. Hop on, stay inside.
By midday, all of Vadodara was silent. It took just 1 hour, even less, for the bustling city to come to a standstill. All the doors and windows of the house in the city were shut. Some 10 minutes after Biram Kumang and Hopun reached, Mr. Rao had come downstairs to ask them. On finding that everyone was home, he had locked the main gate and gone upstairs and shut himself in. Biram Kumang switched on the TV. The burning train was all on the news channels. It was being reported that some pilgrims had been returning from Ayodhya by the Sabarmati Express, and when their train stops at Godhra, 100 kilometers from Vadodara, some people had set fire to the train. It was being said that the arsonists had locked the doors of the compartments from outside. All 58 people inside had been burned to death. The culprits were identified as Muslims. Now Hindus were avenging themselves. In Ahmedabad, Hindus had come out onto the streets, destroying property belonging to the Muslim, killing and burning them. News reports mentioned violence in Vadodara too, but on the street outside their house, the Soren saw that everything was still, silent. Perhaps the violence was happening in other parts of town, the parts where they sold meat. Panmuniji called up Chapan as soon as she saw the news on TV. Even Chapan had been unaware of what was happened.
We are fine, Ji.
Japandi said from her house in the heavily guarded CISF campus. Don't worry about us. How are... Sorry.
Don't worry about us. How are you all? We are fine. We are at home. We have shut all doors and windows. Yes, Ji, stay indoors. Don't go out.
Panmuniji then tried to call up Rabi, but he wasn't in his hostel. A few hours later, at around 4 p.m., Rabi called.
Are you all home?
He asked.
Yes, we are.
Panmuniji said.
Where were you? I was trying to call you.
I was at the hospital. On what duty? We came to know of the riot there. It is all over the news. On all channels, I rushed out to the PCU to call you up. I tried so many times, but keep getting a line busy message.
We're all right. How are things in Cuttack?
Cuttack is peaceful, don't worry.
Go back to the hostel. Don't go out alone. Don't go anywhere at night. If you feel unsafe or if a riot happens, go to a friend's house or get out of town. Go back to Ghatshila even. Stay there till things become normal.
Bo, I can manage. Don't worry. Things are fine here.
They stayed indoors all day. The burning train featured on the channels in a continuous loop. Police vehicles patrolled the street all day. Shut up as they were the entire day, the Sorens couldn't see or hear anything. They kept their curtains drawn all evening and the lights dimmed, and when they went to sleep at night, their hearts were pounding. The next morning, they were up early. The TV was playing the same loop as the previous day. Biram Kumang drew the curtain aside a little and peered out of the drawing room window. There was no one on the roads except some policemen. The doors and windows of all the houses remained shut.
We are prisoners,
said Biram Kumang. That night, the mob came. From what everyone knew, Mr. Muhammad worked somewhere out of the city. There were only 4 women in the house, the man's wife, his old widowed mother, and 2 teenage daughters. They were the only Muslim family in Subanpura colony. The Sorens and the entire neighborhood watched through their darkened windows as 2 trucks approached, nearly 20 men in each, armed with swords and sticks and burning torches, shouting,
জয় শ্রীরাম।
and
মুসলমানের ভারত ছাড়ো।
some men from the mob jumped down, kicked open the gate of the Muhammad's house, and rushed into the compound. They picked up stones and bricks from the garden and hurled them at the window. Then they banged on the front door.
Mother Chod, come out!
The crowd beat at the door. It would give in at any moment.
Motherfucking Musalman, hiding inside your mother's cunt? Come out!
The walls of the Subhanpura colony shook with the shouts of the Hindu mob.
You burnt our people, Bhanchod! We'll burn you!
Soon after, the door broke down under the constant pounding, and a lighted petrol bomb was hurled into the Muhammad's living room. The glass bottle shattered and instantly set fire to the curtains. It was like a silent explosion. The women of the house ran upstairs and, choking from the smoke, threw the windows open. They leaned out of the first floor windows, weeping and screaming for help, while the mob below shouted obscenities, rejoiced, and spat at the victims. It was then that something odd happened. Clang! A steel dekchi fell at the feet of the men standing at the edge of the mob. The men looked up, alert and surprised.
Motherfucker, who is it?
The men shouted.
We'll rip your ass, Mother Chod!
Thud! A well-hurt steel spatula hit another rioter A well-hurt steel spatula hit another rioter right in his eye.
My!
He clutched at his eye and fell to the ground. The mob quieted down in confusion.
Who?
Biram Kumang whispered. The vessel seemed to have been hurled from the terrace of their building. Panmuniji was silent. She knew who it was. When Biram Kumang and Hopong turned back to peer out of the window, Panmuniji went into the kitchen. Quietly, she gathered some cooking vessels and stole out to join her friend. As Biram Kumang and Hopon watched, 3 steel tumblers, a pressure cooker, and a set of dinner plates landed on the mob. Soon there was a rain of vessels, sticks, and other household items. They now came from other rooftops as well. As the flames in the Muhammad's living room spread and 40-50 men in the mob faced a shower of iron, steel, aluminum, tin, and wooden implements, the women of Sumanpura colony had turned out in force. Some pelted the rioters with their kadhais and katoris, others threw dekchis and frying pans. Some threw old heavy irons, some threw sticks and brooms. Those who had nothing heavy to throw pelted vegetables, packets of juice and butter, and bottles of oil and ketchup. Many in the mob were hurt. The heavy irons landed on their heads, the glass bottles cut legs, and the frying pans hit eyes, noses, and necks.
Coward, all of you.
The men shouted in anger.
Yes, we are cowards.
The women shouted back.
But if you are your father's sons, you will come for the men. You will not hurt any woman in that house.
They killed our people.
The men shouted.
Did they kill your mother?
The women asked.
The women in that house are as old as your mothers. Think of your mothers before you hurt those women.
They are Muslim. They deserve to be killed.
Kill us first. We are coming downstairs. Kill us first. Then you go for those women.
The attack confounded the rioters. Now the men of the colony came out on the street. They were all led by an old retired army veteran.
Kill us fast.
The old soldier said authoritatively.
There you go for the women.
A crowd had gathered behind him. More than 60-70 men and women, far bigger than the rioting mob. As the Subanpura crowd gathered near the Muhammad's house, Mr. Rao and Biram Kumang too got out of their house and joined them.
We bathed you.
The army veteran told the rioters, and though his hands were held together in supplication, his voice was stern and confident.
Don't hurt them.
The rioters turned around, boarded their trucks, and left. The fire, having spread in the living room, was now threatening to lick outwards. The men got together and mobilized a human chain, organized water and sand, and managed to contain it. And so the women were saved. The old lady was nearly asphyxiated, but an hour in the open, in the fresh air, revived her. Her daughter in law and granddaughters were stiff with fright. The daughter in law couldn't stop weeping, and the girls wouldn't speak. The army veteran took them to his house, and thus the vigils began in Subhanpura colony. The male members of the colony decided that they would guard the colony at night. They had all heard about the lootings that had taken place in Ahmedabad in colonies which were apparently peaceful or which had been destroyed. They couldn't risk it in Subhanpura. The Muhammad's house was an easy target for the thieves and mobs. Every evening after sunset, the young men armed with sticks and whistles guarded their respective houses. On seeing any untoward activity, they were to raise an alarm. Hopon and Biram Kumang too were members of this team. As the days passed, people went on with their daily chores. But once night fell, the curfew returned. Board exams in Gujarat were postponed by 15 days. Though even after those 15 days, things were far from peaceful. Students, including Hopon, took their exams under police guard, and Biram Kumang himself drove Hopon to and from the school. All shopping was done during the daytime. As soon as it was dark, people locked themselves up. Police vehicles began patrolling the entire city, and groups came out with their sticks and whistles to guard their houses and localities. This went on for more than a month. Biram Kumang lived in Gujarat for 2 more years after the riots. He was transferred to Ranchi in 2004. Panmunichi and Hopon, though, returned home much earlier. After Hopon passed his board exams, he collected his certificates and returned with his mother to Bhubaneswar for good. They rented a house and Hopon joined a local college. They brought all the furniture back: the woodwork sofa set, the glass top center table, all the mementos of Gujarat brought from handicraft emporiums. Biram Kumang stayed on at the Rao's house so that he could live with his family. When his transfer to Ranchi was announced, they were overjoyed. They found a nice, sprawling 3 bedroom apartment in Doranda, and Ravi and Hopon helped shift everything from Bhubaneswar to Ranchi. Panmunichi and Hopon then went to Vadodara to bring Biram Kumang to Ranchi. Panmunichi felt at home in Ranchi. It was, as she said, our area.
Our area. No one minds what we eat here.
She would say, marinating silver carp. She would say, marinating silver carp with salt and turmeric powder without a care in the world.
And we don't mind what others eat. Sons. A stalked chick fell onto the cemented path of your backyard, writhed and wriggled in agony for a few seconds, and died. G hollered in anger.
Bahu, where are you? See, your favorite mango tree has just taken another life. It needs a sacrifice every day.
G's tirade was directed at you, who had planted that mango tree 19 years earlier, hoping that her grandchildren, any in future, would remember her each time they enjoyed its delicious fruit. Her expectations were justified. The seed from which the tree in question sprang came from the best mango tree in Kishoripur. However, due to some genetic anomaly, some variation in the environment, or horticultural reasons beyond our understanding, the tree refused to bear sweet fruit. Yet the tree occupied a substantial space in our backyard and did not allow a single ray of the sun to enter our rear veranda in winter. It, however, provided a home to crows, miners, storks, squirrels, chameleons, and ants, and this kept us from cutting the tree down. Another mango tree stood by our driveway, exposed to the road outside, a location not as secure as our backyard. It was nearly the same size as the tree in our backyard. Yo had herself grafted this one, too, but hadn't really paid any special attention to it, since the parent tree was an ordinary one.
Yet this tree uncared for bore the sweetest fruits in town. Every summer we would have a hard time shooing away urchins who would come to get at the mangoes. All our friends booked their shares in advance. Many asked for grafts and were promptly and politely turned down, citing some convoluted superstitious reason involving dead ancestors. On the day the stock check died, Kalpana Di, my father's niece, visited us in the evening. By then, the dead had been forgotten, and Yo and Ji were laughing and joking with each other again. Viewed from afar, Kalpana Di led the sort of life any woman would have envied. She had a good husband, family, and plenty of money. Yet, by then, the bliss was souring, and she would often visit us and share her troubles. Kalpana had come to tell us that Suraj, her 19-year-old son, was absconding. She needn't have told us. We already knew about it. In fact, the whole town did. Suraj and his friends had tried to stage a robbery and had failed. A day, a day prior to the attempt, Kalpana told us he had asked his father for some money, which had been denied. Hence, the robbery. Kalpana Dee's arrival, especially with the news of her absconding son, made us feel strange. We knew Kalpana Dee, and her husband as well, were not really endowed with the gift of social niceties, so there were very few people she could go to with news like this. And though it relieved us to see that she had actually made the effort to dress up, look good, get into her car, and come to us to share with us her moment of sadness, instead of moping alone in some corner of her huge house, her repeatedly claiming that her son had run away failed to fill us with any kind of pity. On the other hand, we started losing any sympathy that we might have had for her and her family.
He's your son, Kalpana.
Both Yo and Ji wanted to tell her.
And you tell us that you didn't know what he was up to? Didn't your resourceful husband even try to track him down? Or is there something you're hiding from us? In this entire world, it seems there was only one place you found to come and pretend that you were sad and worried. Our house, right?
I could feel the smoldering desire inside both Yo and Ji to snap at Kalpanadi, speak the harshest of words to her, pounce upon her and tell her that she had been an irresponsible wife and a useless mother. Yet somehow they restrained themselves and kept on piling Kalpanadi with kind words that they would tell each other later as insincere as Kalpanadi's story. Kalpanadi's husband was a bank manager who had been recently implicated in charges of corruption and embezzlement. The racket had been going on for years and involved Kalpana Dee's husband, two of his seniors from the zonal office, and a couple of other employees. Kalpana Dee herself, not a bit unaware of her husband's activities, lived a life of luxury. They had a large two-storied house, which everyone in Ghatchila talked about. The house, painted a blinding white, was cordoned off by tall boundary walls topped with wrought iron spikes, and sported dark glasses on all windows, which were hardly ever opened. Nearly all the rooms had air conditioners. Kalpanadi would visit us in a chauffeured car, dressed in the best silks and cottons, fragrant with a new perfume every one, carrying leather totes which held 100 and 500 rupee notes. None of us knew if her widowed mother living in the village knew of her son-in-law's doings. It was a very sensitive topic, and Baba did not want to spoil our relations with his cousin's wife. However, he did try talking to Kalpana's husband in private.
Think about your wife, Carol. She is like our own daughter. You are part of our own family.
I'm giving my wife everything. No one needs to worry about her.
You have children.
This is for them, for their future.
You are their only future. If something were to happen to you,
And what could possibly happen to me? I know what I'm doing.
Baba had been the epitome of patience at the beginning of the conversation, but faced with stubbornness and a lack of civility on the part of the much younger man, he decided to be direct.
look, Gerald, Don't forget, we are Adivasi, are bad at stealing. Corruption is not our blood. And even if we do commit a crime, we are pathetic at following our track. Don't you see what happened to Madhukara? He was used by Diku and left alone to suffer in a jail tent. This should be a lesson for all of us.
Baba's argument, especially the instance of the chief minister who went to jail over a mining scam, seemed to strike a nerve. Kalpanadi's husband looked uneasy. Baba pressed on.
And even if you feel you are wise and well placed enough to know what you are doing, make sure you don't make your crime so complicated. You find some money and build a place, you realize how much curiosity your house is booked. I don't grasp your wealth, but why show it off in this way? No one you are watching it with her erected shut wall around his wife house. They are still living in their small house and driving their random motorcycles. Why should you in such exhibitions? Why, Jawai?
At this, Jawai huffed out of our house and barred Kalpanadi from visiting us. We felt sorry for the children, Suraj and his younger sister Sarojini. If their mother was living a queen's life, they were the little royalty. Sarojini was 14 and couldn't make a cup of tea or roll a proper roti. Suraj had started smoking cigarettes as soon as he entered high school. He had to repeat a class and had failed to clear the class 10 board exam for which he had already appeared twice. Once as a regular candidate from the expensive English medium convent school which he was then attending, and the second time as a private candidate. One evening I caught him smoking cigarettes with his friends on the bridge over the Shubharnarekha. He introduced me to his companions as his dear Mama. He was drunk and slurring his words. It was only later that we came to know that those very boys were his partners in crime. Anyway, when we heard that Suraj's father had refused him money, we were surprised. After all, we'd never refused him anything, never scolded him even once in his life. We even wondered if his unscrupulous dealings were conducted out of love for his children and a desire to provide for them. However much we speculated about all of these things, the one thing we did not speculate about was the end Kalpanadi and her husband would come to. By the time Kalpanadi's husband took a stand with Suraj, the racket at the bank had been busted, investigations were being conducted, old ledgers were being dug out, and arrests were being made. Kalpanadi's husband was a prime suspect. All thanks to his ostentation, and as things were turning out, it was quite certain that no one would testify in his favor. The search team had come up to the bank. It wouldn't take them too long to raid his palace. Anything could happen. Jail, attachment of property, anything. Where would he be then? And Kalpanadi, their children? Kalpanadi did stop visiting us for some time. But once the investigations began, and Kalpanadi's husband started avoiding people in social situations, she started coming to our house again. She began to look sickly, and while she tried to make an effort to look good and to live well, the effort showed.
Headache and weakness.
She reported.
Headache? Why?
We asked.
Raghu says it's the high blood pressure. Oh, how is Raghu? He is very good. I am alive only because of him. He was the one who found that I have high blood pressure. He then took me to Turu Doctor's clinic on College Road. I'm feeling better now. Such a nice boy, Raghu.
Vidyadi, Raghu's mother, like Kalpanadi, was also not a direct relative, though both of them were related to each other. Their grandfathers were brothers, Kalpanadi's grandfather being the elder. Kalpanadi's grandfather enjoyed the benefits that come with being the first in line, a greater share of the family farm and a bigger part of the family house. Vidyadhi's grandfather received a smaller part of the farmland and an even smaller share in the house. But being the understanding man that he was, he gave up his rooms in the family house to his elder brother. and built a cottage for himself and his wife and children behind the family house. It seemed that the gifts of education and urban habitation too were skewed in favor of the children of the elder sibling, while Kalpana's father and uncles were able to complete college and work in towns in different capacities. Vidya's fathers and uncles, though educated, had to stay back in the village. No one complained, though. There was enough understanding between the cousins, with Vidya's family also looking after the affairs of Kalpana's family. After his retirement, Kalpanadi's father moved to the village. Kalpanadi was married by that time. Suraj was born, and the old man breathed his last in peace, having spared the trauma of seeing his daughter's life ruined. It was difficult to ignore the difference between the fortunes of Kalpanadi and Vidyadi. Kalpanadi's husband worked in a bank. Vidyadi's husband was a teacher. Though teaching is a respectable profession, it is still several rungs lower than a bank officer. And while the unequal matches the two cousins had made caused a few tongues to wag, the chatter stopped it down, that is, until the boys were born. Call it coincidence or divine intervention, both Kalpanadi and Vidyadi delivered the first baby on the same day, at almost the same time. Kalpanadi delivered Suraj in a nursing home in Ghatshela, which at that time only the money it could afford. Some 4 or 6 minutes later, Raghu raised his first, assisted by a Thai Buddhi, in a room in the cottage built by Vidyadhi's grandfather. The talk mills started working again. The relatives who had marvelled at the difference between Kalpanadi and Vidyadhi's homes now marvelled at the birth of their sons. Same day, same time, how come? This surely must mean something. As they grew up, the difference in the upbringing of Suraj and Raghu became apparent. In ways it mirrored that of the two mango trees in our home. Quite obviously, it was Suraj to whom everyone looked up. With a moneyed father, he had to have an exceptional upbringing. Everything he demanded, he received. Before he could actually need or appreciate it, money, a bicycle, a motorcycle, a car, freedom. Raghu, on the other hand, received only as much as he needed. Naturally, everyone expected Suraj to do very well in life. He was the luckier one, with a good house, money, and with everything at his beck and call. He was sent to the best school, wore watches, and used expensive pens. Raghu wore ordinary clothes. Most of his daily wear garments were cast-offs of Suraj. Even the notebooks he used to practice his lessons on were Suraj's old school diaries and unused drawing books. Suraj's old pens, pencils, and geometry boxes all landed up on Raghu's desk. Raghu's first watch was an old Casio digital that Suraj had already used for 2 years. Raghu grew up in Suraj's bountiful shade. Yet, as the years went by, Raghu, the son of an ordinary school teacher and a housewife from a Santhal village, grew up virtually on alms, yet made the best of his limited resources, cleared his exams on time, cracked the entrance test, and gained admission into the medical college in Ranchi, the biggest one in all of Jharkhand. After studying for 6 years, he would come out with the venerable title Doctor before his name. Suraj, on the other hand, was an alcoholic and addicted to the wild life. Faced with a lack of funds, he attempted a robbery and was forced to go into hiding. In fact, both father and son were faced with a similar fate. Jhi and Yo discussed the cousins, Kalpanadi and Vidyadi.
Could they have imagined Vidya's husband's family
Jhi asked Yo.
that they would have a doctor in their midst? Never.
Yo says,
Such simple people. I remember very well Vidya's mother saying how blessed they were to find a working son-in-law. I wonder if they even cared that Kalpana's husband worked in a bank. Kalpana, poor girl, what will become of her? Really, for no fault of hers, how could her husband be so foolish? Oh, and Suraj, any news of him? Chado Bonga knows, but he will be caught. Kalpana has lost her sleep, her appetite, everything. You notice how ill she looks nowadays. Yes, Raghu was saying she has high blood pressure too. It's so nice. Raghu is becoming a doctor. At least there is someone to care for her. What Suraj couldn't do, Raghu is doing. How something will be, what one is destined to become, who can tell? Just like your tree here in the backyard. Now, don't blame me. How would I have known? You were the one who said, my grandchildren will eat the sweet fruits and remember me after I'm gone. Now they'll definitely remember you. With all those broken nests, cracked eggs, and dead stock chicks. But they'll remember me for the tree outside, near the street. Oh, as if you've raised it. That needed no one's care, it grew on its own. You were always more concerned with this giant in the backyard.
And thus the bickering went on.
November is the month of migrations. Come November, Santhal men, women, and children walk down from their villages in the hills and the far flung corners of the Santhal Pargana to the railway station in the district headquarters. These Santhals, villages, entire clans, make up long snaking processions as they abandon their lands and farms to take the train to Namal, the Bardhaman district of West Bengal, and the paddy fields there. In the month that these Santhal families will spend in Bardhaman, they will plant rice and other crops in farms owned by the zamindars of Bardhaman. 20-year-old Talamai Kisku is among the 43 people making this journey tonight. She, along with her parents and one of her two sisters, most of her village, including her three brothers and one sister in law, has already left for Bardhaman. Talamai is the second daughter in a family of three girls and three boys. Her name reflects a certain lack of imagination. She is the middle daughter. Tala, middle, Mai, girl. Talamai's family is Christian. One would have expected Talamai's parents to be learnt enough to be think of a nice creative name for their daughter. Yet, despite the promises of education, the missionaries made Talamai's parents never got to see the inside of a school, and neither did she. They gathered coal or worked in the farms of Bardhaman. Talamai walks away from her group. She has been attracted by a man. He is young, fair, a Diku, and a Jawan of the Railway Protection Force. A bread pakora in hand, he has signaled her to approach and has disappeared round a corner. Talamai debates if she should follow and decides to. He is offering food after all, and she is hungry. It is 10:30 p.m. and they still have about 2 hours before their train arrives.
Are you hungry?
The Jawan calls out as Talamai rounds the corner.
You need food?
He is standing in front of the policeman's quarters.
Yes,
Talamai answers.
You need money?
yes,
Will you do some work for me?
Talamai knows what work he is talking about. She has done it quite a few times by the Koila road, where many Santhal women and girls steal coal from trucks. She knows many girls who do that work with truck drivers and other men. She knows that on their way to Namal, Santhal women do this work for food and money at the railway station too.
yes,
Talamai says and follows the policeman into the dark, into a paved space behind the policeman's rooms. The work does not take much time. The policeman is prepared. He spreads the gamcha on the ground and takes off his trousers. He also has time to slip on a condom. Talamai too does not have to undress fully. She just takes off a lungi and saya. She knows the routine. The policeman grabs her buttocks, raises them, and adjusting Talamai, penetrates her. He then starts pumping, grunting as he heaves himself onto her. Talamai lies quietly, observing the changing contours of the policeman's face in the dim light. At times, The policeman grimaces. At times he smiles. Once he says,
Surely, you Santa women are made for this only. You are good.
Talamai says nothing, does nothing. At one point, the policeman squeezes her breasts out of her blouse. He bites them and sucks on her nipples. That hurts.
Don't scream.
The man pants.
Don't pick a word. It won't hurt.
Talamai takes care not to scream or even wince. She knows the routine. She has nothing to do. Only spread her legs and lie quiet. She knows everything is done by the man. She just lies, passive, unthinking, unblinking. As cold as the paved ground she can feel through the thin fabric of the gamcha, as still as an inert earthen bowl into which a dark cloud empties itself. In less than 10 minutes, the work is done. The policeman lifts himself up and helps Talamai to her feet. He throws the used condom away and wears his clothes. Then he gives Talamai 2 pieces of the cold bread pakora and a 50 rupee note and walks away. She reties her saya and lungi, stuffs the 50 rupee note into her blouse, eats both the bread pakoras, and walks back to her group.
Getting even. During a busy shift, the shift from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., at the Soda Hospital, when I was simultaneously in the charge of 4 departments: the outpatient, the emergency, the mail ward, and malnutrition treatment center. I was called by the hospital superintendent to his room. I look out at the crowd before me. An unruly mob which was refusing to hear our request that they maintain order and was instead nearly tempting. I tried to convince the one at the head of travel which I would return soon, went out at OPD. Outside, the lobby was crowded as usual. Our Soto hospital is the only important government-run healthcare facility in Godforsaken district in the Santan Pargana. Other than there is one lady doctor for the female OPD, the female ward, the labor room, and dentist who run dental OPD. There were men, women, children milling about, and a lot of Shires. The Shires were shouting loudly in their Malda Murshidabad accent, Bengali and broken English, fighting with office staff for money that was due to them for the entrance checkup of pregnant women. To their beneficiaries, the women who delivered babies at the Sodar hospital. The Shire knew no rest. Each one would bring pregnant women from her village to Sodar hospital in a motor van. She would return for another. More benefits meant more money, both from government and as in Hamadan, for benefits to family at best. They are terribly honorable from benefits. Family at best. They are terribly saved, terribly soft on, terribly hardworking women. They share all of whose entire household was on the money they make of other parents. Their crowd did not surprise me, nor this Shire racket. What surprised me was the police. There were 3 policemen and a policewoman. While 2 policemen were lounging about in the lobby, one was standing beside a couple and a small boy who was seated on one of bench in the lobby. The couple, I guess, must be in their middle late 30s. They were in so limited, arms skin and beaten down that it was difficult to guess their actual age. or even the community they belong to. They could have been younger, they could have been older, they could have been Hindu, Musulman, Santal, anything. The small boy, perhaps 9 or 10, probably was their son. The man looked calm, while the other woman looked sad, bewildered. The boy, sitting up straight, was staring at the wall before him. The policewoman was standing dutifully with a group of people who looked like they were Santal. Compared to the couple and the child, this group looked very fat and was well dressed. There were about 6 people in the group, 5 men and a woman. At the time when I saw them, I could not read their face. To talk, the men were talking in urgent whisper with one another. The woman had a gamcha wrapped around her head and touched like a stone. There was a little girl with them, perhaps 3 or 4 years old, in a frock, her hair tied on the top of her head like fountain with a rubber hand, who was playing with an empty carton of Kazakh children. Police in the hospital meant trouble. Perhaps there had been Marpit, in which case there should have been men, women, bleeding cats and limbs. They were known. And what was the policewoman doing there? Was a woman involved? Even when there were women injured in Marpit, they were never accompanied by policemen. Only policemen bundled all the injured together, brought them to the hospital. So why such a postman? Why a policewoman? Was it some serious case? Had there been a rape? Why policewoman standing with a group of people? Was some high profile case at the hand? Was some politician, businessman, or local leader involved? Since I was charged of emergency, I mumbled. Silent prayer pushed aside the curtain on Cyprian's door.
May I come in, sir?
आओ यार.
The superintendent was friendly.
आओ बैठो.
I stepped inside the office and sat down on a chair. There was another man sitting on the chair next to mine. Some 60-year-old. He looked like a police officer.
चाय पियोगे?
The superintendent asked me.
No, sir. Thank you.
I replied, so I saw that there was 2 cups of tea placed on the table, with one in front of superintendent and the police wala.
अच्छा, ठीक है.
He indicated the policeman seated next to me.
इनसे मिलो. He is the inspector of the town थाना.
He then introduced me.
Pranam, sir.
I tucked my right hand to my chest and bowed, then shook hands with Inspector, who seemed to be warm gentleman.
You can see that we have a case here.
The superintendent said.
Yes, sir.
I said.
This is a sensitive case.
The superintendent said and looked at the inspector, who nodded.
That girl, 4 years, 5 years. How old is she, Inspector Saab?
4 years old, we have been told.
The inspector said.
Yes.
The superintendent continued, turning to me.
This 4-year-old girl has been raped.
My jaw dropped.
Well, we are not too sure.
The inspector said.
Yes, we are not too sure.
The superintendent cut in.
Because you saw that boy who has been brought along, that 10-year-old boy?
Yes, sir.
I said.
Well,
The children hesitated deeply before speaking further.
The girl's family is saying that she has been raped by that boy.
My jaw dropped again.
Even we don't understand how a boy of just 10 can rape a girl.
The children said,
But this has become quite an issue. You see, the entire Thana is here. Inspector, Sipahi, all.
Yes, sir.
I mumbled.
There is nothing to worry about.
The children turned toward me and said plainly,
You have to examine the boy. See if he is grown up enough. His secondary sex characteristics. You know all that, don't you?
Yes, sir.
I replied.
Our lady doctor will examine the girl. I have already sent word to her. You need not worry about that. Just go and see the boy.
Yes, sir.
And relax. There's nothing to fear. A large crowd has come with the girl, the entire family. They might speak against the boy. Don't be afraid. Be calm and just stick to your work.
Yes, sir.
If you are nervous, you may have a cup of tea.
She smiled at me.
Should I call for one? You see, our tea is still warm.
He pointed the cup.
No, sir.
I said, standing up from chair.
I better start. There are patients in the OPD as well. I have put all of them on hold.
Okay, go. If you face any difficulty, come and tell me.
I, I took a look at the group of people which had accompanied the little girl. The children was bright. Her entire family was present. They were all standing outside the female OPD along the policemen, waiting for the lady doctor. They looked grimly determined. They walked around, chatting with the hospital staff and the policeman, talking in loud voice. The girl was now playing with colorful the WHO posters, rolling all over the dirty floor of the OPD. No one saw her. The boy actually had only his parents with him. His father was thin, beard, dressed in a shirt that is in sweater and a dirty shirt. He probably lived at some building site. The mother too was thin, short, and sobbing silently. The boy still sat up silently on the bench meant for patients less than his eye still fixed on some blank spot. I went up to the policeman standing beside the boy and his parents asked him to bring boy to the emergency office.
Doctor Sahab, my
My,
child has done nothing wrong. He has done nothing wrong.
the boy's mother come running up to me as I reached the door of emergency OT. The policewoman, two policemen came rushing after her.
Eh, chalo, hato, hato.
The OT assistant pulled the woman away.
Aye, sir.
The OT assistant, after pulling the woman away, opened the door of OT and ushered me in.
Sipahi ji, the letter.
The OT assistant called out to the accompanying policeman. A policeman came into the OT and gave me a letter from Thana. In the letter, the medical officer had requested to carry out the examination of practice and see if there any evidence pointing to the death or physical relationship. Any injury of private part, semen, semen from 10-year-old boy. I saw the old boy's name. His surname was Thakur. Thakur belonged to the barber caste. Hindu, the age of was boy maintained about 10-year-old.
Please, call in the boy.
I told the policeman.
Eh,
The policeman called out to the boy. parents.
लाओ जी बच्चा को.
Doctor Saab, my son is being falsely framed.
The boy's mother opened the door of the OT restroom.
He is innocent, Doctor Saab. Those people are very bad, Doctor Saab.
She pointed toward the girl's body.
Hey, let the doctor sahab do his work.
The policeman tried to push the woman away.
Hey, you,
He called out to her husband.
take her away. Take her away. No shouting in the hospital.
The boy answered and the OT assistant closed the door.
Sit down there.
I pointed the boy to the examination table.
Eh, आजा बैठ.
The OT assistant called out to the boy. He tapped on the table.
What is your name?
I asked the boy. He answered.
How old are you, Babu?
The boy said nothing.
Eh, उम्र कितना है?
The OT assistant prompted. The boy looked nervous.
Tell me,
I repeated politely.
how old are you?
10 years.
The boy mumbled.
10?
I asked.
You're 10 years old?
He nodded.
Should we start examining him?
I turned to the OT assistant.
Yes, sir.
The OT assistant shrugged and turned to the boy.
Eh, नीचे उतर. पैंट खोल.
The boy became even more nervous.
Wait.
I raised my hand to the top. The OT assistant.
Step down.
I told the boy.
Step down from the table. Come here.
Go to doctor sahab.
The OT assistant said impatiently to the boy. I had to raise my hand again to stop him.
Come. Don't be afraid.
I said to the boy. The boy stepped down and walked up to me.
Take off your clothes.
The boy looked at the OT assistant.
चल, कपड़ा खोल.
He said impatiently.
There's nothing to be scared of.
I told the boy.
Nothing will happen. Take off your clothes. No one else will see you.
The boy slid out of his shorts and the shirt. I saw that he was very young. There was no trace of public hair in the examining genitals. I found them all like a child. I stared through asylum. I examined him for wounds, scars, bruises, anything. There were none.
The boy is innocent, sir.
The OT assistant passed the judgment.
Those motherchod are trapping him.
I raised my hand again.
Wear your clothes.
I told the boy.
Look, beta.
I told the boy once he was is wearing his clothes and seated on the examination table again.
Tell the truth. Did you do something?
No, sir.
The boy was quick to answer.
I have done nothing.
He was close to there.
Then how come you're here?
I asked.
What are those people they saying? You must have done something, or else why would they come with that little girl?
The boy remained silent. One more word from me and he would have broken down. I decided to give it some time. A few minutes later, during which I recorded my findings, I spoke to the boy again.
Listen,
I addressed him by his name.
do you go to school?
Yes, sir.
He nodded.
Do you know you won't be able to go to school if it is proved that you have done something wrong?
The boy said nothing.
I am asking for your own good. If you say the truth, it might work in your favor. If you have done anything wrong, why should you be afraid?
He said finally.
I touched that girl.
Where?
He touched his crotch.
There? You touched her there?
He nodded and looked at his feet.
Why did you do that, Peter?
My friends told me to do it.
Which friends?
My friends.
Yes, your friends. But which friends? From your school?
No, they don't go to school. They are big boys. Very big.
Okay. So how do you know these boys?
We play together.
Okay. And they asked you to touch that girl. Is that so?
He nodded.
How did you do that? You called the girl? You took her somewhere?
One big boy,
The boy said.
he touches that girl's elder sister.
Yes. Then?
He said that the girl also wants to be touched. He said that that girl wants to be touched by me.
Okay. And
He said that I should lie down with that girl and touch her.
that because of that?
Yes,
How does he know that you should lie down?
he lies down with that girl's sister and touches her.
Okay. Then what happened?
I called that girl and made her lie down.
Where did you call that girl?
In the field where we play.
In the field? Do you mean an open field?
Yes, that boy also takes that girl's sister to the field.
Okay. And where else does he take her?
Field, Ambagan, Hart, they go everywhere. They go very far also towards the hills.
Okay. So you took this girl to the field and
I put my hand inside her frock.
okay, and you touched her.
Yes,
There? Down there?
yes.
Then what happened?
She ran away.
She ran away
Yes,
and
she told in her house.
did you do anything else? Did you insert your finger inside the girl's body? Inside where you touched her?
No, I just touched and she ran away. This is not rape, sir.
The OT assistant declared.
What this boy has done, it's not right. I understand that. But he did it out of pressure from his friends. Just consider his age. Children are usually quite influenced at this age. And the type of company this boy keeps.
Okay.
I said as I stood up.
Let's get done with this. Call the Sipahi.
The OT assistant opened the door. The boy walked out, and before we could call the policeman in, the boy's parents rushed inside.
Sir, those people are lying.
The mother said breathlessly.
My son has done nothing wrong. Those people are taking revenge on us because they sold our daughter in Delhi and we rescued her and brought her back.
Please shut the door.
I asked the OT assistant.
What is your story?
I asked the boy's parents again.
Sir, those people are very bad.
The boy's father said.
My wife is a daughter of that house only.
Then I understood that the woman was Chantal, and she had married a Thakur man.
They are Santhals, sir. Kiristans.
The man confessed.
And this is what they do. They bring Santhal girls from villages on pretext of giving them education and training and work and sell them away. My wife is also from that family.
The man said.
But she did not like what they do. She married me and left that family. She has become a Hindu now, sir. She is not Kiristan anymore. They don't accept our marriage. They hate us for having gotten married.
Okay.
I am a simple man, sir. I do mehnat, majduri and somehow feed my family. Those people are rich. They make their money out of selling girls. They have often told me,
तुमको नहीं छोड़ेंगे.
I have an older daughter, sir. She's 15 years old. 2 months ago she went missing. We filed a report at the Thana, but she couldn't be traced. 1 week ago, I got a call on my mobile phone. It was my daughter. She had called from Delhi.
She said that these people had told her that they would send her to a place with lot of money and a place where she wouldn't have to worry about anything else anymore. She went with them. The next thing she saw was that she was in Delhi. These people had sold her. Somehow my daughter got hold of a phone and called me up and told me to rescue her. Then both of us
He pointed to his wife.
went to Delhi
He produced railway tickets from his pocket.
and brought our daughter back. We returned only 2 days ago, and sir, in our absence, see, this is what they have done to our son. They want to take revenge, sir. Because we brought our daughter back, they want to take revenge. Help us, sir.
The boy's mother pleaded.
Our son is innocent. These people are very rich. They will kill our children. Look, we are here to help you.
I held the man's shoulder and said to him,
But our powers are limited. This is a hospital. Your son can only have a physical examination here. We can't decide whether he has committed a crime or not, and whether he should be punished or not. That is the work of the police and the court.
the man stared at me blankly.
The things which you have told me,
I continued.
the evidences that you have shown me, your tickets and all, can you show them to the police, to the court? Yes, sir.
The man said there was hope in his sad eyes.
Then do it.
I said,
If possible, get a lawyer. I know it will cost money. It might be expensive. But there might be organizations that deal with such issues, like selling of girls. Ask around, go to the court campus. Someone will surely help you.
I submitted my findings, and the lady doctor submitted hers. We never got to know what happened with the case. We never saw those people again. The same policeman came to the hospital with other cases, and so I was sent on many occasions to inquire after a particular case. Good sense prevented me from taking too much personal interest. We have not been summoned to the court yet. Court decision takes time. Maybe it will take a year or two, perhaps more, before we are called. In the meanwhile, in the Sonathan Pargana, so many Sonathan girls will have been killed, so many Sonathan boys implicated on false charge, so many FIRs filed in the police station just for wearing parties to death even with each other.
Eating with the enemy. The first time Sulochana came to our house as a domestic help, we knew instantly that she was unlike the others who had worked for us earlier. She hadn't come alone. Following her in a polite, awestruck procession were her elder daughter, Shitamata, holding her baby daughter in her arms, her two sons, and finally Mathabhani, the youngest. They all traipsed through our veranda, drawing room, dining room, and finally entered the kitchen. In the kitchen, while her brood sat in the corners, staring wide-eyed at the house, Sulochana plopped herself on the ground and began talking non-stop about her unhappy childhood and hardships she was having to suffer. Sulochana Behera was a Harijan of the Ghasi caste. Her family and her ancestors all belonged to Ghatshila, where her father used to work at the copper factory. The only child of her parents, she claimed that had fate been kinder, she could have lived like a princess. Unfortunately for her, and her mother as well, her father fell in love with another woman. He brought her home and drove his wife out of the house. His in-laws attempted to intervene and tried to take little Sulochana away from her family. Sorry. His in-laws attempted to intervene and tried to take little Sulochana away from her father, but failed. After a while, even Sulochana's mother stopped trying to get her daughter back. She married again, leaving the poor girl to her fate. And what a fate it was!
Sulochana's stepmother was evil. Her father was drunk nearly all the time, even at work, and Sulochana remained a princess who could have been. Sulochana grew up to be a lovely girl, healthy and fair-skinned, but the abuse changed her from within and hardened her. Of all the friends Sulochana had in Ghatshila, she was closest to Shubhadra Agarwal, a Marwari girl whose family had migrated from Haryana years earlier. It was strange that a Ghasi and a Marwari girl could become the best of friends. Perhaps it was their age. They were almost as old as each other. Perhaps it was their situation. Subhadra's mother, her own mother, was almost as bad as Sulochana's stepmother. One day, the scolding and the beatings got too much for both the girls. They ran away. But where on earth could they go? They ended up just a kilometer and a half away from home, on the north bank of the Subarnarekha river, where the trucks from the factory dump boiler ash, and from where Sulochana and Subhadra and hundreds of other women came to pick boiler ash to make gul and goita, fuel for their kitchens.
I want to die, friend.
Subhadra said.
It was my misfortune that I was born. I want to die too, friend.
Sulochana said.
What do we do? How do we die?
Subhadra asked.
I don't know. Should we jump into the river? No, no, that will not work. Both of us know how to swim. And if these women see us, they will inform our mothers, and we will be in even more trouble. Oh, what do we do then?
Said Sulochana, and began looking around for ways to kill themselves.
Subhadra, look! What? What? Should we eat that?
Sulochana pointed to a tall shrub.
That?
Asked Subhadra.
Is it good? Will it kill us? I have heard it kills people. Its fruits and seeds are poisonous. See, even the cows don't eat it. That even I have heard, but I don't know for sure. What if we don't die? I really want to die. I don't want to live anymore. Let's try it.
Sulochana and Subhadra both walked up to the calotropis shrub. They plucked a few of its fruit, ground them along with the seeds, and when they thought they had enough poison, prepared themselves to consume it.
Sulochana, friend,
Subhadra said softly.
will we really die? What will happen after we die? I don't know, friend.
Sulochana said.
But what will happen if we don't die? Will our mother find us? Yes. And what if we go blind or mute? I don't want to die, friend. I don't want to die.
Both friends threw the poison away and hugged each other. Then they both cried like never before. After they were done, Sulochana Behra and Subhadra Agarwal walked down to the Subarnarekha, washed their hands, threw water on their eyes and faces, dried themselves, made themselves presentable, and promised to stick with each other during unhappy times, walked back to their homes. Though the girls had pledged lifelong fidelity, separation was inevitable. Subhadra got married to a Marwari from Rairangpur town in Odisha. Her husband was much older than her, but he was a good man. Sulochana wasn't that lucky. Her husband, Dinanath Behra, was just as bad as her father. He too was a local. He worked in the copper factory and was a drunk. Marriage might have improved Subhadra's condition, but marriage proved to be a second round of misery in Sulochana's life. Such was Dinanath's indifference to his children that he didn't even think of names for them. Their eldest daughter was named when Subhadra came to meet Sulochana one day when she was in Ghatshila. The previous night, she had attended a satsang organized by the Marwari community. There had been a reading of the Ramayana at the satsang.
You haven't named your daughter yet?
Subhadra was surprised.
She's 4 years old. We call her Mimi.
Sulochana said indifferently.
How can you call her Mimi? Will you call her Mimi all her life?
Subhadra asked.
Give her a proper name. Name her name her Sita Mata. Sita Mata? Yes, Sita Mata. Bhagwan Ram's wife. I heard of her at the satsang yesterday. If you name her Sita Mata, she will have the qualities of the goddess. When she grows up, she will find a good husband. She will live happily all her life.
So Sulochana's elder daughter became Sitamata Behra. Sulochana's younger daughter, who too was being called Mimi, was named in an equally arbitrary fashion. She was 5 when she tripped and fell and opened up a gash on her head, which bled so profusely that Sulochana almost fainted. আমার ছানার মাথা ফাটে গেল। স-
করে দেবো, pause করার দরকার নেই। দরকার নেই। আমার ছানার মাথা ফাটে গেল! আমার ছানার মাথা ভাঙি গেল!
Sulochana wailed, first in her tola and then at the hospital, which had been set up specially for the employees of the copper factory.
Quiet.
The nurses
Will you shut up and let us do our work? It, quiet.
scolded her.
Will you shut up and let us do our work? Her head is not broken. It is just a crack. We will stitch it up.
Stitch? Oh, Margot!
Sulochana beat her head with her hands and fell onto the floor.
Take the mother out of OT.
The doctor on duty ordered.
Tell her that her child is fine and is her father an employee. Why doesn't she have a medical book? Just a careless person. Now what should we write at a girl's name? Asked her mother. What is your daughter's name, Kapi?
One of the boys who had helped bring Sulochana's daughter to the hospital asked her,
মাথা ভাঙ্গি গেল!
was all Sulochana could say.
মাথা ভাঙ্গি!
Sulochana became hysterical.
মাথা ভাঙ্গি! মাথা ভাঙ্গি! মাথা ভাঙ্গি!
Matavangi.
The boy told the doctor and the nurse.
Her name is Matavangi. Matavangi? What kind of name is that?
Don't ask her.
The nurse whispered to him.
These people, all day they drink and have fun. What other name can they think of for their children?
The name stuck. Mathavani, the one with a broken head. Sulochana would gather gossip from all the houses where she worked and tell Yo and Ji everything. One day, Yo snapped at her.
Sulochana, don't be so cheap. You bring us stories from all over the world. You must surely be telling our stories to the world.
That day onwards, Sulochana had started keeping a safe distance from Yo, and her usual time for a gossip-related visit was in the afternoon at PM sharp, when Yo would be working in the hospital and she would be taking her nap. The clunk of the front gate alerts Chi.
কাল গ্রহ আসছে।
She mumbles, half awake.
দিদি, ও দিদি, উঠো।
Sulochana bangs the window of the room where Ji sleeps.
Didi, how much will you sleep? Utho! I have something to tell you. Oh, Didi!
Ji feigns sleep, but for how long? The only way to turn Sulochana away is to listen to what she has to say.
Didi, you know.
Ji, finally out of bed, is seated in the veranda on a chair, a newspaper in her hands, pretending to read, and Sulochana is at her feet.
That Reena, she kicks her husband.
That stirs Chi's interest.
Which Reena?
She asks.
That Bengali woman, Didi.
Sulochana says, her eyes wide like saucers.
She plays cricket, you know? Ah, yes. She kicks her husband. Oh, how do you know? I was working in her kitchen, Didi. She played music on her tune and began dancing. Her husband was sitting on the sofa, watching happily. I also began to watch. And then when the song ended, she went and kicked her husband. Kicked her husband? Why? I don't know. Just like that. For fun, maybe. She said she often kicks her husband. And her husband didn't do anything. No, Didi. That important fellow just fell on the ground and began laughing. Oh. I told her, Reena, Sami ke nahi marte.
And she said,
What can I do, Masi? This is so much fun. Just see, Didi. Had it been my husband, she would have beaten me black and blue.
that was true. Dinanath would regularly beat Sulochana. Dinanath had brought Mohini home soon after Mathabhani was born. She was a Gond from the milkman class, and was much younger than both Dinanath and Sulochana. Mohini used to run a desi liquor party that Dinanath patronized. They fell in love, he fucked her a few times, and then brought her home as his mistress. That was all Mohini wanted. She came from a poor family. Had she carried on selling alcohol, she would have also ended up selling her body. So instead of being stuck in a situation where she would have to belong to many men, she felt it was better to live in the house of a man who had a regular job. It didn't matter that he was already married, and that his wife was still alive, and that they had 4 children. Sulochana was devastated.
Didi, that woman is a witch, a daini, a petni.
Sulochana told Chi.
You know, they sleep in the inner room. I sleep outside. And whole night their chowki creaks. Ee, ee, ee. And that Mohini is moaning. Ah, ah, ah. Bar bhatari. Only God knows what she does with my husband. I never moaned like that when I slept with that useless husband of mine. And our chowki too did not creak that much.
On other days, Sulochana would be very kind to Mohini. She would tell Chi,
Didi, Mohini brought Ingreji liquor and chakna from her mother's house. Such pork! We all ate and drank. Me, Mathabangi's father, and Mohini. Mohini is such a good woman.
there were days when Dinanath would savagely beat Sulochana in a drunken rage. Once done, he would drink more alcohol and then, to let up the remaining steam, fuck Mohini equally savagely. The day after, Sulochana would tell Chi,
That bitch, that kukurmukhi, Barbhatari Mohini. However much she might take my husband's cock, she will not have a baby. She is Banji, that's what she is. The way they do ki and all she should have had 10 babies by now. But no, she will not have any babies. I will remain the only mother of my husband's children.
if Chi would see me lurking around, if Chi would see me lurking around the kitchen, eavesdropping, she'd snap.
Rochana, chup! Too much talking. Let's get some work done.
It was hard to understand the relationship between Sulochana and Mohini. At times, Sulochana called Mohini her biggest enemy; at other times they were the best of friends. Mohini, for her part, understood her inferior position in the household that she was living in. She was there only for Dinanath's pleasure, while Sulochana controlled everything. She could never take Sulochana's place. She could never have a child, and, in fact, did not want to be burdened with one. Also, she wasn't even half as attractive or cultured as Sulochana. Sulochana worked in Bengali households and spoke and dressed up like the women she worked for. When Sulochana wore a starched cotton sari with a sleeveless blouse, oiled and tied her hair in a neat chigon, and spoke impeccable Bengali, no one could tell that she was an ordinary illiterate Khasi woman who couldn't even sign her own name. Sulochana knew how to shop for the best vegetables and how to cook a decent meal. As far as running a household was concerned, Mohini was no match for her. So she always conducted herself carefully in Sulochana's presence. It was an uneasy arrangement, but one that worked. The state of affairs was not to last, however, for Dinanath died of liver failure. After Dinanath's death, Sulochana became aggressive and absolutely determined to grab control of her own life. No wonder she also became very selfish and greedy. She ran from pillar to post to arrange for Dinanath's pension to be paid to her every month. With Dio's help, she filled up forms at a local bank, learned to sign her name, and opened an account for herself. The money she earned from her work in various houses and the pension she received further fueled her desires, and if there was anything that she couldn't buy, she stole it. Close to the tola where she lived were the quarters of the employees of the copper factory. Next to one of the houses allotted to a Bihari family, she saw a drumstick tree laden with fruit. She knew that the family wouldn't give her any, so when people were not watching, she stole some, then went on for a day or two. One day the lady of the house caught Sulochana red-handed.
Stop!
The woman shouted.
So you are the one stealing our dantas. Is this your father's tree?
Sulochana launched her own attack.
So, this is your father's tree, you Biharis. You think this is your father's land. This is our land. Don't forget, you all are outsiders here. I am a daughter of this land, and all the trees here belong to us.
Saying this, she slipped away with her loot. The Bihari woman could only stare on in amazement at this barefacedness. Of all the houses Sulochana worked in, ours was the only Santhal. In fact, the only Adivasi house. The rest of the houses all belonged to Bengalis, and it was working for those women which had given Sulochana her superior demeanor. Perhaps because we spoke in the language, she, like most people, thought we were Bengali too. Once we were getting the backyard patio of our bungalow repaired. The workers that the contractor had employed were all Santhals from nearby villages. One day, Jhi made tea for those workers, served them in steel cups, and asked Sulochana to collect the cups after the workers had finished drinking and wash the cups themselves. Sulochana shrank back in horror.
But Didi,
She told Jhi.
they are Adivasis.
Jhi was dumbstruck. Later, after Sulochana had left, Jhi laughed like she had not laughed in a long time, and so did we for days afterwards. A few months after Dinanath died, Mohini went away without a word to anyone. When she returned to Ghatshila after a year or so, Sulochana could hardly recognize her. She had gained weight and was wearing an expensive sari, jewelry, and makeup.
Mohini, what happened to you? I got married.
Mohini revealed coyly. On leaving Sulochana, Mohini had gone off to Sonari in Jamshedpur to live with her cousins. There she was introduced to Babu, a Telugu man who had lived in Jamshedpur for a very long time. Everyone said that he was a businessman. No one knew what his full name was. Everyone just called him Babu. He lived in a huge house in Adityapur, on the other side of Kharkai River, in the neighboring Seraikella He lived in a huge house in Adityapur, on the other side of Kharkai River, in the neighboring Seraikella Kharsavan district. A young cousin of Mohini's worked at the gym frequented by some of the young men who worked for Babu. They were rough, although utterly charming fellows, and Mohini's cousin was their good friend. When her cousin was invited to a puja hosted by one of those boys, she tagged along. It was at that puja that she caught Babu's eye. Mohini went to Babu's house. It was huge. There were rows of trucks, cars, and SUVs parked outside it, which remained standing there much of the time. The man was much older than Mohini, perhaps in his 50s or his 60s. He was a widower. His children were either married off or lived elsewhere. Babu lived alone in his house with his staff, tall young muscular men who jumped to his every command. They counted money, held discussions in private. Sometimes she saw guns in their hands. Sometimes they brought a young woman or two and took them into Babu's bedroom. Mohini might be illiterate, but she knew the world enough to understand that Babu was not merely a businessman. However, he could give her the two things she craved most, money and stability. So after 2 months of sleeping together, when Babu proposed marriage to Mohini, she accepted. Babu was addicted to sex. Young, old, dark, fair, whatever the man, Babu was addicted to sex. Young, old, dark, fair, whatever the woman, he only sought to crack between their legs. Despite his age and his balding pate, he thought he was irresistible to women. He dressed up in tight, shiny trousers and colorful printed shirts, which he wore with the collars raised. He sported oversized sunglasses and wristwatches. He oiled whatever hair he had left on his scalp with strong-smelling Ayurvedic oil and combed it in such a way that it covered the bald patches on his head. He chewed pan masala, smoked, and always smelled of pan masala and sweat. Despite his age, Babu gave Mohini plenty of pleasure. Yet he did not stop seeing other women. If he fucked Mohini in the afternoon, he had some other woman brought into his bedroom in the night. Those were the times when Mohini was supposed to silently stay in her own room, furnished with a television and an air conditioner. She knew not to ask any questions. But one day curiosity and envy got the better of her, and she asked Babu about the woman who had come to visit his room the previous night, and had been so drunk that she had vomited outside Mohini's room.
Was she such a filthy woman?
Mohini complained. Babu got up and dragged Mohini by her hair to her room. She threw her to the ground, stripped her, and pulled out his belt, and gave her a thorough lashing.
You will ask me questions. You know who are you? Women like you dance on my fingertips.
That night Babu did not have any other woman. He came to Mohini's room with food, fed her, undressed her, touched the parts where he had hit her, and when Mohini winced, he kissed and licked the welts. Babu's tongue therapy aroused Mohini. For more, he squeezed her breasts and sucked on them. Soon Mohini was ready. He fucked her and whispered his love into her ears.
You know how much I love you, Moini. You are my life. The other women, nothing before you. They are all envy. You are my wife. You know that. Why do you make me do such things? Why do you make me envy? Hmm? Moini? You know I cannot live without you.
Mohini's place in Babu's life, even though she was his wife, was the same as her place in Dinanath's. In return for on-demand sex, she would receive food, a clean toilet, cold air from an air conditioner, all-day entertainment from the TV, clothes, money, a car with a driver to go around spending all that money, and the status of a wife. To her it didn't seem like a bad deal at all. And this was exactly what Mohini told Sulochana, leaving out the sex, the other women, the strong men with their guns, the cigarettes, alcohol, and vomit, as well as the violence. Sulochana was impressed. On the last day of Mohini's stay in Ghatshila, as they sat together, alone, Sulochana prepared tea on her goita chulha, and Mohini stirring mustard oil from a jar of Sulochana's pickle into a bati of jhalmuri. Sulochana looked all around to check if someone was listening and said, Mohini, will you take my mathabhangi with you? Sulochana looked all around to check if someone was listening and said,
Mohini, will you take my Matha Bhangi with you? Maybe she can learn something there. Maybe she will see a new kind of life. You see, here she has almost nothing. I can give her nothing. Maybe your Babu can change her life. Find her a good groom or something.
Mohini froze. The oil-stained spoon slipped from her fingers and plopped onto the heap of muri in the bowl. No, no, no. Mathabhangi? In Adityapur? In Babu's house? No, never. What if she revealed her secret to Babu, and worse, what if Babu kept the young blooming virgin Mathabhangi and drove her out of the house?
Uh, what can I do for Matha Bhangi, Didi?
Sulochana squatted before Mohini and grabbed her hand.
You are the one who can do everything. Mohini, remember, haven't we lived like sisters? You are Matha Bhangi's aunt. No, no, no. You are her mother, her second mother. If you don't help Matha Bhangi, who will?
As the tea boiled on the chulha, Sulochana's insistence intensified, and by the time the tea boiled over,
The obstinate, persistent Sulochana had extracted the promise that Mohini would take Madhavani with her to Adityapur.
In Adityapur, Mohini introduced Mathabhangi as
My elder sister's daughter from Ghatshila.
Mohini, clever woman that she was, had told Babu nothing about her past. He knew that Mohini had a widowed sister, Sulochana, but nothing more. In Ghatshila, Sulochana was unable to contain her happiness. She came rushing over to her house after she had sent off Mohini and Mathabhangi at the station early in the morning.
Didi! Didi!
Ji was making tea at that time.
You know, Didi?
Sulochana started speaking as Ji strained the tea into the cup that had been marked for Sulochana.
I sent Mathabhangi with Mohini to live in Babu's house in Adityapur. She will be so happy.
Ji, shocked, dropped the saucepan. The steel cup clanked onto the kitchen floor.
What happened, Didi?
Sulochana came rushing to her.
Are you hurt? You should have been careful. Careful?
She turned towards Sulochana in anger.
You're asking me to be careful, you stupid women? You should have been careful. Boka Jodi. Didi,
Sulochana stared at Chi, puzzled.
have you gone out of your mind?
She mustered a deep breath and hissed at Sulochana.
Didi, I thought. Sulochana, listen.
Ji composed herself, picked up the cup and placed it on the counter, and turned towards Sulochana.
Do you know this man? This Babu?
Sulochana shook her head.
This Mohini, who was just your Sautin, who left once your husband died, and who went again and married some rich man she just met somewhere. How could you? Just how could you send your young daughter with such a woman to live in a house of a strange man in a strange place?
For a long time, Sulochana could not speak. Ji kept staring at her in anger.
Didi,
Sulochana said finally, not meeting Ji's eyes.
I thought Mathabangi will be happy there. She will have good food to eat and good clothes to wear. Both her brothers are married. They will not look after her. I have nothing. What will I give her? So I.
Ji sighed.
Sulochana, what else do you want to give your daughter? Aren't you giving her enough food, enough clothes? Wasn't she happy here in your own house, her father's house? You know what kind of woman Mohini is, don't you? You yourself told me what she did with your husband, and you thought you could trust this woman with your daughter.
Sulochana Sulochana eased herself slowly onto the ground, lost in thought. For a long time she said nothing. She cleaned the saucepan and started boiling water to make tea again.
Whatever is in her fate,
Sulochana said softly.
I just want her to see the world, learn new things. Whatever Bhagavan has planned for her, who can deny that?
She shook her head in defeat.
Fine. Now get up and wash your cup. Drink some tea, eat those two parathas, then we'll begin work. I really hope you get to learn new lessons.
In the evening, she told the story to Yo.
Don't ever advise that woman.
Yo said angrily.
I know this Sulochana very well. She's so greedy, so unthinking. She can sell herself. Have you seen her arrogance? The way she talks about Adivasis and even about the people of her own caste. She thinks herself a Bengali. She thinks she is smarter than everyone. You would think that with the sad childhood that she has had, she would learn some lessons in kindness and sensible behavior. But no, as long as she doesn't learn a hard lesson, she will never learn. Let her send her children to whichever place she pleases. It is her own life. It is useless telling her sensible things. Don't ever mention Mohini to or Mathabhangi to her again.
That was it. She did not ask after Mathabhangi after that. But she did notice that Sulochana, who would otherwise never stop jabbering, would be lost in her own thoughts. In Adityapur, Babu treated Mohini and Mathabhangi to delicious food and beautiful clothes. She took them in his car to see Jamshedpur. They went to the Jubilee Park, saw a movie at Pyle Talkies, ate dosas and street food in Bistupur. Mathabhangi was very happy. In just 4 days, she had learned to operate the air conditioner and the television. Mohini was relieved. She saw that Mathabhangi hadn't mentioned her mother and family to Babu. Even Babu wasn't interested in knowing about Mohini's elder sister. He seemed keen only on entertaining Mathabhangi.
Masi, will you buy me the ghagra churi we saw in that shop?
Mathabhangi asked Mohini on one of their outings.
Sure,
Babu said.
why not?
At the end of the 5th day, Babu bought Mathabhangi her ghagra chunri. He went straight into Mathabhangi's room and latched the door from within.
Your Gabriel's will lovely girl.
He sat on Mathabhangi's bed and stroked her cheeks. Mathabhangi's happiness turned to alarm. She couldn't speak a word.
Come on, where is?
Babu ordered, reeking of alcohol and lust. Mathabhangi froze.
Yes, where is?
Babu insisted.
Take off this shalwar kameez.
He pulled away Mathabhangi's dupatta.
What old clothes you are wearing? I want to see your new dress.
Mathabhangi was so terrified that she couldn't resist. She couldn't even move a limb. Babu slid his hands inside her kameez and squeezed her budding breasts. He then untied the drawstring of her salwar and pulled it down. Mathabhangi was naked waist downwards. He then took off his shirt and stood bare-chested before the terrified teenager.
Come on, come to me.
He kissed her on the lips, rubbed his face against her, nuzzled her neck. Mathabhangi's eyes welled up with tears of fear and helplessness.
What happened?
He asked her, rubbing her vagina.
Why are you crying? My girl, I love you. Look, such a lovely dress I have bought for you. Bhavali Chungi, you wanted this, is not you?
He then made Mathabhangi lie on the bed and raised the hem of her kameez. She was now fully exposed. He took off his pants and climbed over her. Mathabhangi gathered whatever courage and strength she had and shouted.
Ma! Masi!
What? Mamasi.
Babu laughed and clasped Mathabhangi's left hand over his erect penis.
Charlie Bhosuri, why am I keeping you in this house? Why am I feeding you, buying things? And why did your mother send you here in the first place? To eat free food?
Mathabhangi's tears flowed freely now, but her voice was still stuck in her throat.
Hold this nicely.
Babu tightened Mathabhangi's grip over his penis.
Have you seen anything like this? Is not it good? You must love it very much. You will love it too.
He kissed her on the lips again. At that very moment there was a loud hammering on the door.
Please, please don't do anything to her.
It was Mohini. She had somehow caught wind of what Babu was up to.
Please, Babuji, please. Leave her. Leave that girl. She's just a child. Her mother trusted me enough to bring her here. Please, leave her.
Babu paid no heed. He sucked on Mathabhangi's lips.
Babuji, leave that girl. I will bring you whichever girl you please. I will do anything for you. Anything you say. Please leave that girl.
Babu started stroking Mathabhangi's vagina and played with her pubic hair as she tried to clasp her thighs together.
Hindi,
Babu hissed in anger.
uncut your child, Mother to spare them.
He prized open her thighs and put his finger into her vagina.
I know how to prepare you, Mother Truth.
Mathabhangi broke down at this point.
Masi!
She screamed, and in fright she lost control of her bladder and urinated all over Babu's hand.
Mother Truth,
Babu rose in anger as Mathabhangi's warm urine splashed on his skin.
spoiled my mood.
He slapped Mathabhangi hard on her face. Her head turned to one side and she began sobbing in fits. Babu opened the door. Mohini was standing there like a mad woman, her hair open, her tears washing away every bit of makeup on her face. Babu dragged Mohini into the room and stomped out. Seconds later, realizing that he was naked, he returned to Mathabhami's room, took her dupatta, tied it around his waist, and stomped out again. By this time, Mohini was already holding Mathabhami's trembling body in her arms.
Take her away. I don't want her in this house. Take her away. I will kill her in my face and have her fuck every day.
Babu screamed as he left the room. Very early the next morning, Mohini dragged Mathabhami to Tatanagar railway station, boarded the passenger train to Khatshila, and took the abused girl home.
Mohini, leave.
Sulochana said.
Mohini, leave.
Sulochana said as Mohini, weeping profusely, told her the entire story.
Before I cut your throat with my botin, leave.
That was the last Sulochana saw of Mohini, till she broke bread with her enemies 6 years later.
Didi, you were right.
Sulochana wept very bitterly that day before tea.
I should have never trusted Mohini after what she did to my life and my husband. How could I trust her with my Mathabhangi? Sulochana, stop crying. Nothing has happened to your Mathabhangi, right? She's all right, isn't she? That Babu just forced himself upon her. He didn't actually do anything, did he? How would I know that, Didi?
Sulochana broke into tears again.
Mohini said that nothing happened, but how would I know if she was speaking the truth? Didn't you ask Mathabhangi?
Ji was getting annoyed.
Why do you have to ask the entire world when you can get answers from your own daughter? What will Mathabhangi know, Didi? She's such a foolish girl. Mathabhangi is not foolish. You are foolish. She is just a child. You are her mother. You pushed her into that quicksand, and you have the nerves to call her foolish? You are foolish, the most foolish woman in this world.
Sulochana kept staring at Ji's angry face for a few seconds. Then she broke into tears once more.
Yes, Didi, you're right. I am foolish, the most foolish woman in this world. I don't know what will happen to my daughter now. Who will marry her? Her life has been spoiled.
From that day onwards, Sulochana remained obsessed with the incident every moment. She started muttering to herself.
That Babu did behujat to my daughter, and that Mohini became enemy.
At times she would cry,
My Mathabhangi, what will happen to her?
and while time did nothing to heal Sulochana's wounded trust, it transformed Mathabhangi into a beauty. Only a few years after the incident with Babu, she became a completely different person. Her body and mind both changed. She was brimming with possibilities, and she had fallen in love. Sita Mata's husband had a younger brother. His name was Chulu. He was of the same age as Mathabhangi and worked as a driver. He went to a number of places with the trucks and vans he drove, and his travels had given him a ruggedly handsome look. During Mathavami's several visits to the house of her elder sister's in-laws, Chunu and she had fallen in love with one another. Everyone seemed to know about their affair, but Sulochana had been so blinded by her obsession that she failed to see the flames of passion which were flaring right under her own nose. One morning, Mathavani asked Sulochana permission to visit the Rakini Mandir at Jadugora with her friends. Sulochana let her go, asking her to return early.
Don't worry, Ma.
Mathavani replied playfully.
I have someone to look after me.
Sulochana couldn't understand what she was saying. That afternoon, when Mathavani returned from the mandir, she wasn't alone. She had brought Chunu along. He was dressed in a white kurta pajama, while Mathavani wore a shiny sari and some jewellery. They both had marigold garlands around their necks, and marigold petals were strewn all over their heads and clothes. Chunu had a long siddur tikka drawn on his forehead. Mathavani had a bright red ridge of sindoor in the parting of her hair, just above her forehead. They were both beaming in happiness. They fell at Sulochana's feet together.
Ma, bless us.
Madhavani said excitedly.
We got married.
Sulochana, with great reluctance, embraced the newlyweds. The next day, Sulochana hugged Chi and sobbed uncontrollably.
Didi, I am dead.
She kept saying.
My daughter?
She said.
She has married that good for nothing Chunu. Sulochana, I think that's quite fine.
She didn't know what else to say.
Chunu and Masamani like each other, and at least that boy has a job. He doesn't sit idle like other friends and cousins of his. He will look after your daughter very well.
Sulochana looked indignant.
But Didi, he used to go around with all those girls. Bloody driver. What else will he know?
She really had nothing to say now. After all the years Sulochana had worked at our house, half of Chi's time was spent, Chi preferred to call it wasted, listening to Sulochana's sad stories and being an agony aunt to her.
Sulochana, we have to clean the ceilings today. Please bring the long broom.
Chi said and escaped. Our bungalow had two outhouses. One we had given over to a Karwa couple, Karwa or Harijan, from the community called Method. Traditionally, the Method have worked as sweepers. The Karwa woman was a daughter of Safai Karmachari at the hospital run by the copper company, where Yo was a doctor. The Karwa woman's husband was from Rairangpur, a small, quiet town in Orissa. So when he came to live in the Harijan Basti at Khatshila, where his in-laws lived, he found the noise in the colony, the music systems and televisions that played all the time, and the ceaseless chatter and the general nonchalance of the youth too much to bear. So he asked his father-in-law to arrange a quiet house for his family away from the Harijan Basti. The father-in-law, a trusted acquaintance of Yo's, asked her, and Yo, who knew the family well, readily agreed. The Karwa man looked after our garden and did odd jobs around the house, while the woman worked in our house whenever Sulochana took the day off. A few months after Mathavani's elopement, Sulochana came crying to Chi.
All men are the same. Useless. Look at my sons. They say they can keep me in that house, their father's house.
Chi and Yo really had no choice. Sulochana had worked with us for so many years that we had to help her. Yo allowed Sulochana to live in a other outer house. Soon after she had installed herself in her new quarters, Sulochana said to Ji.
Didi, I am so happy that I have come to live with you all. Now I can spend more time with you.
She was grinding ginger on Chillura, and while she could have thrown the large grindstone at Sulochana's head, she somehow controlled herself. She needed Sulochana after all. Some days after Sulochana had moved in, the Karwa woman told Chi.
Didi, a strange woman has come to stay with Kaki.
Lately, Sulochana had become very secretive. She would not talk much and would run back to her outhouse as soon as she finished work. She had already been getting suspicious.
Which woman?
She asked.
What does she look like? She is dark, weak, and she was wearing a sari that looked costly. When she first arrived, she had come to our house, asking which one Sulochana's is. Now that she is living with Kaki, she hardly comes out. They stay inside all the time.
She understood.
You go.
She told the Karwa woman.
I will talk to Sulochana.
The following morning, when Sulochana came to work, she asked her.
Sulochana, I hear you are hiding a thief in your house. Who is she?
Sulochana froze.
Didi, you know? Yes, I know. Tell me, what is Mohini doing here? Didi, shh, shh, not so loud. People might hear. Why not so loud? You think you can act smart with us? Tell me, what is Mohini doing in your house?
What Sulochana revealed shocked Chi. Mohini had a fight with Babu. Sulochana did not know the details. Mohini, clever woman, hadn't told Sulochana all that. What Mohini did tell Sulochana was that she had 30,000 rupees which she had stolen from Babu's safe. Those 30,000 rupees were Mohini's most precious possession at the moment. and she had come to Ghatshila to Sulochana to keep herself and the money safe. She had promised Sulochana a share, and Sulochana, greedy, foolish woman, had forgotten the humiliation and near tragedy inflicted on her by Mohini, and had given her sanctuary.
Sulochana, when will you learn?
She was aghast.
Why? What happened, Didi?
Sulochana was impudent enough to ask.
What happened? That woman nearly endangers your daughter's life. What happened? That woman nearly endangered your daughter's life. And you ask what happened? You forgot everything? All that happened 6 years ago?
Sulochana stayed silent for a long time and then said cautiously,
Didi, who will I live for? That daughter of mine, she too has left me and gone. My sons don't look after me, so I came to stay in your house. What more is left of my life? If Mohini brings me something to look out for, Sulochana, jump into the Subarnarekha and drown yourself.
G snapped.
People like you don't deserve to live. Such things you're saying about your daughter. Your daughter didn't leave you. She married a boy she loved. She lives with her in-laws. Tell me, weren't you worried about who would marry Matha Bhangi after that incident? And Mohini? She's a friend all of a sudden. She brings some money and you forget what happened to your daughter. What kind of a person are you? Didi, what will I shut up? That outhouse you're living in and where you're hiding that Mohini, you don't own it. If something bad happens there, if that Babu comes and does anything, remember, we'll report all of you to the police. This is Ghatshila, not Aditapur.
Sulochana did not come to work the next day. When G went out to call her from the outhouse, she found the door locked from the outside. So she called the Karwa woman to do the chores.
Didi, you know,
The Karwa woman said to G as she was mopping the floor.
a man came in a car yesterday.
G was all ears.
Which man?
She asked.
I don't know, Didi, but he was dark and huge. He was asking for Kaki. He asked, where does Shulochana ji live? Shulochana ji.
G mocked.
I know who this man is. He is that Mohini's husband. You know Mohini, the woman who's living with Sulochana? Her Sautin? She went and married that animal. That man is a criminal, and this Sulochana is an idiot. Didi, I was very scared.
The Karwa woman stood up.
I didn't know what to say. I only said I didn't know where Kaki was. Don't be scared.
G said hotly.
That fellow is a bad man. He deserves to be whipped, or worse, he deserves to have his penis cut off. If anything happens, just shout out for us. We will not leave that man alive.
That evening, G told Yo about Babu's visit. Yo was very angry.
Such an idiot this Sulochana is.
Yo said,
If something happens in our outhouse, I will not let this Sulochana or Mohini and her husband live in peace.
the next day too, Sulochana did not come to work. The Karwa woman said that her outhouse was locked. All day, G and the Karwa woman took turns to see if any car came to Sulochana's quarters. The problem was, however, that the Karwa woman could not tell one car from the other. That evening G heard a car being parked near the outhouse, but it was dark, and the car was parked in such a way that it couldn't be seen. Also, she noticed light in Sulochana's outhouse. She called Yo.
Wait,
Yo said,
let's see what they do. If they're up to some mischief, they've had it.
contrary to our expectations, nothing untoward happened. The next morning, sharp at 6, G was cleaning the kitchen when Sulochana arrived looking very pleased with herself.
Sulochana,
She asked,
where were you these 2 days? Didi.
Sulochana was breathless and with happiness and excitement.
You know what happened? What?
G feigned indifference. But she was curious.
Mohini and Babu have reconciled. What?
Sulochana and Mohini knew Babu was after them. The Karwa woman had told them of Babu's arrival. So Mohini packed the 30,000 rupees in So Mohini packed the 30,000 rupees in an innocuous-looking grocery bag. Sulochana locked her quarters and off they went all over Ghatshila from one corner of the town to the other, just loitering around hiding themselves from Babu. But Babu was clever. He found them, made them sit in his car, and brought them to Sulochana's quarters.
Mohini, you know I cannot live without you. Why do you leave me?
He said to Mohini. After some other such sweet declarations of love, Mohini became Babu's again.
This is the first time I am meeting Sulochanaji.
He said to Mohini.
Sulochanaji, you are beautiful.
He told her. He then turned to Mohini and said,
You should learn something from your elder sister.
with this, Sulochana too fell for his charms.
Let's celebrate.
Babu proposed. They went to the market and bought mutton, a full bottle of bagpiper whiskey, and chilled soda. Sulochana said that she didn't have proper glasses to drink alcohol, so Babu bought her an expensive set of glass tumblers.
This is for you, Sulochanaji, for your special affection.
Mohini cooked mutton and rice, and the three ate and drank. Sulochana slept on a mat in the veranda of her outhouse, while Mohini and Babu slept on Sulochana's chowki. Sulochana heard them talking to each other and kissing. Then Mohini began moaning, and Babu whispered to her.
Silent, silent. Did you hear us?
Sulochana drifted off to sleep. They got up early the next morning. Babu thrust 5,000 rupees into Sulochana's hand, thanked her for her hospitality and large-heartedness, got into his Tata Indica with Mohini, and drove off to Adivasi.
He is such a charming man, Didi.
Sulochana said dreamily as she heard her out in disgust.
Mohini is such a lucky woman. She is. That's enough, Sulochana. Pick up the pipe and the jharu and wash the veranda. It's getting late.
Blue baby. Suren and Jita just facing a poster that in the fundamental micro of maintain rejected him.
Respiration present. Heart rate 100 to 120 by minimum. Color pink.
Some technical jargon was also printed but were not legible from where Suren and Jita were cheating. Anyhow, they were not there to read poster. Their work in the nursery was done and they would leave soon as the trap handed them their baby. Children in the gym and thought he had own sun morning, his hair unkempt, face dark with sweat and cream, eyes sunken, was sitting with one leg on the chair and other tilted far on the tile floor. With one hand he held his head, the elbow of that arm was on the armrest, other arm he had flung over his bent knee. He dark restless, put in here every 3 to 5 minutes. Otherwise, his eyes were sunken, and he sat still. Gita sat 4 chairs away from him in the yellow saree which she had changed in the living room. She had been wearing her favorite blue saree when the water broke, and he had been forced to throw it away, but did not bother her. The pain had started around sunset, the most intense in a week. Sudden obvious involvement had taken her to doctor who had given her something to ease the pain, and uterine elation to prevent early labor, but nothing worked. Jita was shattered. At 1 a.m., there were only people in the lobby. A nurse was perched on her chair at the counter, her head bobbing. A security guard paced the veranda outside. The driver of Marshall SUV, which shouldn't have died for occasion, peeped through the glass door and returned to the vehicle. Student family stood near the master outside, hoping for their blue baby turn to pink. Jita met Dilip a day before she was married to Suran. The meeting was secret like horror. It had to be. Jita had been sternly told to stay away from Double O, who would use her, point her, and throw her away. But Jita had gone to him to use to point to her, but sure that Dilip would never throw her away. She had planned everything. If the plan was Dilip would never throw her, he would come to claim her. If the plan was Turan might throw himself give herself away to Dilip.
What do you have in mind?
Dilip asked, looking genuinely at her. Hey, look, he laughed. How can this man use me, point me, throw me away? She thought.
You know.
She smiled, then touched his face. His lips just trembled on his chin. He kissed her finger and looked at her as in baffled.
What is it?
He asked again.
Why did you come? You're getting married.
I know that.
She smiled, baffling him a little more.
That's why I'm here.
I don't understand. You're getting married. You will now belong to someone else. You have no business being with me.
I'll always belong to you. Tell me, will you always belong to me?
Perhaps he loved her and could do same thing, change nothing. Or maybe he did not love her and had nothing to say.
See something?
She or
Come on, speak.
Yes, yes.
he muttered.
I'll always belong to you.
Always?
Always.
It happened then, the compulsion to stay away from one another, and the fact that they would never be seeing each other again brought them close. It was Jita who made the first move. She touched Dilip at sharply, at breath, touching Dilip felt her, yet did not feel her. Before he could understand what was happening, Jita had unbuttoned his shirt and was running her finger through the hair on his chest. She patted his shirt further and kissed him on his chest till it felt helpless. He knew all this was useless, that it would lead to either nothing or worse or to the table. He grabbed Gita's arm. She raised her head from his chest, looked him in the eye, and what a look it was. Dilip gripped Luchan, and Jita bent her head again, this time upon his neck, where she planted another kiss. As Dilip reclined backward, feeling utterly helpless and clueless, Jita undid all the buttons on his shirt, took off her own dukta, and sat on his hardened cross, bending upon only his body, lip parted, breathing heavily, guiding his hand to her breast, utterly in jitter control, telling himself that everything would be fine. Dilip helped Jita take off her kameez and unhooked her bra. Then he found his face buried between Jita's breasts. Here Jita moaning a acceptable trap isn't Jita's skin, and he let all the control go. How would fucking a girl who was getting married to some other man tomorrow get him into trouble? The girl all had she come to himself, and she was not forcing him to elope with her. All their clothes were off. Dilip put Jita under his body, began pumping into her in what would be their final union, their farewell far. Some 15 minutes later, Dilip had set himself inside Jita. That was what
I can never carry anyone else's baby.
she announced afterward. He too understood then it was not he who had used her, but she who had used him.
It was not right.
It was. Look, I don't like him. How can I marry him? How can I let him touch me?
He said nothing.
Are you going to come for me now?
I can't marry you. Not now.
Not now? Later? When our baby grows?
What?
His was better, a silver of panic.
Yes. When it grows, you're going to come to claim it. And me. You will come. Tell me, won't you?
I don't know. You can't keep it.
The mug was sleeping.
I am keeping it. It's yours. I'm yours. And you're mine. This will be our child. I will keep it.
You're mad.
For you. I'm mad for you. For no one else.
He'll know.
I want him to know. And I want him to know that I could never be his. And this.
She ran her finger over her lower abdomen.
Is going to be my road out of his house.
I, I don't know.
He was that unable to think.
What is this?
You should know.
She pleaded, bringing her face closer to his.
My father hates you. He thinks you're nothing. You have time, Dilip. You have time. We won't be apart forever. Become somebody. Earn a lot of money. Then come for me. Tell me. Will you come?
Ye- yes, yes.
Look, if you don't come, then I'll come to you. And I'll come with this. And then you'll have to accept both of us.
No, don't do it. I'll come.
All the camera at Jita and Sudan wedding recorded only her smiling face. Their first meeting had been difficult. Jita had seemed distant, cut off, and Sudan had wondered if this girl would also turn him down. He already lost out on two opportunities. The girl had found more confident groom. So now settled at Jimmy's in laboratory in local factory, he had not been working there. He had only graduated and week after week would lead to the employment news, checking the job listing or inquire about job opening from pen acquainted. There were times when he had wanted to teach chemistry and math to high school students. He could do it, Atom and Melissa fascinated him, and so did number theorem. He had been a bright student, and he had his father not retired, and his older brother set up their own family, hinting at him to start earning his living and set up his own. Children would study for a master, a doctorate was still very distant thing, but master, yes. Then he would have taken the university grant commission exam and applied to become a teacher in college. As things grew, he had become a timid.
Every girl is like this before marriage.
His mother explained to him when he complained about Jita's aloofness.
They have to leave their families, you see. Understand that. So that fear is in them. It shows when the boy's family goes to see that girl.
What fear?
He had lost of his mother's opinion till better after the last two setbacks.
She looked completely disinterested. Maybe she has some other kind of boy in mind.
What other kind? Who could be better than you?
His elder brother's wife had cheated.
Don't think bad things. You're working now, earning your own money.
His mother had said,
At that time, you were not working. Maybe that is why you couldn't get married then. This girl is meant for you only. And didn't we tell you? She too wants to become a teacher.
this snapped him. Jita, from a distance, aloof woman, became a prospective bride, meant only for him. He shared his one-time ambition after all. This was fated. There was no mention of Dilip during the marriage negotiation, nor did he make an appearance on Sonatali matrimonial grievance, which is otherwise rife with stories about prospective bride and groom. The driver only knew him as a good for nothing, cool dropout friend of Jita who had bumped into her sometime on her college way to college. There was no whip of candor. Dilip had been too smart. Jita on her part knew that waiting was inevitable. If she wanted to get her plan to work, she would first of all have to find a way to support herself. Dilip would return. Yes, Dilip would look after her, but what if he did not return? No, no, he would return, but he would. But what if he was delayed? What if the wait became too long, too hard to bear? What if she felt like she living yearly? How would she support herself in Dilip absence? The only way to support herself was working as a teacher. Training for which was scheduled in the month after her wedding. She began to making her own preparation. The day after wedding, Children grinned at his friend enlarged the wedding photo on the top.
Look
Look
how
how
Bhabhi
Bhavi
is
is
smiling.
smiling.
They teased Children.
She
She
can't
can't
hide
hide
her
her
happiness.
happiness.
They said,
She'll
She'll
give
give
you
you
more
more
happiness,
happiness,
Suren
Suren
Babu.
Babu.
they nudged him in the no stomach.
Don't spare her tonight, Suren Babu.
They,
Remember what we have taught you? What to
Where to
do?
touch? You remember? You better remember.
Or you'll cry for the rest of your life.
one of them remarked casually, and they all laughed. Children was almost gone. That night, Jita received Children inside her. She was more eager than he had expected her to be. Cooperative, willing to place his friend had only been scaring him. How smooth his first time was. As smooth as her skin, as smooth as her grasp on his arm, as smooth as her sigh when he came. Mother was right. Girl changed. She had seemed utterly disinterested on the day of first meeting, but only one only needed to see her now. His only concern now was what had he performed right? He had been a good partner, but has he had been capable enough? He was for the next time. Rita took him even more interestedly. The beginning was tender, but once Rita found out it, he became different person. She made Sudan feel pressure. She made him feel good about himself. Sudan was emerged, but best part he felt was when she was her lying naked beside her after he had emptied himself into her. She would try to rise and close herself, but he would hold her hand wordlessly, proudly to her to lie beside him for some time. He would smile at him, he would watch her in unspoken attention. Later on, away from everyone else, Jita smiled at children naivety, at the way he looked at her after they were done. Her plan was working. She at the time she felt something inside her changing, but she did not allow herself to feel that change. She could not do that. Not no, not before delivery. Then everything shouldn't have married with shouldn't everything was distraction, a play. 2 minutes later, Jita Udin is irritated, turned out to be positive.
Hello?
Jita whispered into her mobile phone. She had dialed a number from memory.
What?
The familiar voice at the other end was the unconventional plump.
Aren't you happy? I called?
Jita's excitement vanished. Her whisper increased in volume and became emotional and constant. Challenge.
What? Aren't you?
Yes.
What?
Yes, I'm happy.
You don't sound happy.
Oh, trust me, I'm happy.
Why are you getting annoyed? I was just asking.
What is it?
Where are you?
Is that why you've called me? To ask where I am?
No, it's something important.
The conscience in Jita's voice was growing.
What?
I won't tell you that unless you tell me where you are.
I'm in town. Happy?
Yes!
What is it that you want to tell me?
Not like this.
Will you stop playing your childish games? Tell me now.
Dilip's voice was devoid of any curiosity and feeling.
No, not like this.
What do you want?
You have to promise me
What?
that you will meet me.
Are you mad?
For you? You know that.
I'm hanging up.
Wait. I need to tell you something.
Do it quickly.
Look, Dilip, you won't understand this.
All playfulness gone. Jita's voice had become tongue quivered with anxious terror.
Dilip,
He continued without waiting for answer.
are you listening? Everything cannot be stated in this manner. Some things need atmosphere, a willingness to listen, and to respond.
I'll meet you. What is it?
Where? When?
What?
Where are we going to meet? And when?
That we'll decide. You tell me first what do you want to talk about?
A child.
Silent,
Dilip? Dilip?
silent,
Dilip, please.
What?
I'm going to have a child.
silent.
Are you there? Dilip?
Yes. What?
Yes, and it's yours.
Does your husband.
He knows. He's the one who paid the doctor's fee and took me to the patholab. He thinks it's his. He's so happy. Foolish man.
Well, while Jita's voice took on a playful tone, isn't the playfulness was made up. It was as if she was speaking through there, pretending to be happy.
Geeta, look.
I want to meet you, Dilip.
Jita nearly broke down, but held herself together at last instant.
Please, where do I come? It's been so many days.
Listen, Geeta,
You just tell me when I have to come. And you have to be there.
I'm. I'm going out of town.
What?
Yes.
But you said you'd meet me.
Yes. But I hadn't paid attention. This thing just slipped out of my mind.
When are you going?
Tomorrow morning.
Then we can meet tonight.
Jita nearly shouted in excitement.
I'll come. You just tell me where. You don't know me. I can come.
Listen, I'll be busy in the evening. I have to make preparations.
Why do you have to go?
Didn't you ask me to become somebody so that I could come and take you away with me?
Dilip, that. How long are you going to be away?
Uh, 1 week, maybe more. Depends.
Dilip, I want to meet you, Dilip. I can't live without you. Dilip, come to me. Dilip, take me away. Dilip.
By this time, the tear had that she had so far held back began flowing. She felt like running away, following the sound of Dilip's voice, but she could not.
I'll I'll come. I'll come.
Dilip hesitated, sounded utterly unconvincing.
You'll meet me after 1 week?
Rita stopped crying, got a grip on her chest, and ordered in a thin voice.
I will. Look, I need to hang up.
Dilip, don't.
Suran could not understand why his wife had taken on a year of unhappiness over the last few days. He took her out. They saw in football ground watching boys play and girls talk to another. They went to a mithai shop and they crushed Miara between Gubni and seasoned with dahi and chaat masala. They ate chukka and vegetable chop by roadside. They went to watch a movie. Jita pretends to be happy when she was with Suran, but her grip showed too. After 10 days, she dialed delete number again. The recorded voice said that that call could not be complicated. Did it mean? Was he still out of town? Out of network area? Was something wrong with his phone? Or had he just stepped out of her life? Sudan took her for a movie. She had not want to work, but she could not say no to her husband. She had to at least pretend to be happy if she was making so effort. And of course, for the sake of her plan, and for the hope that Billy would return. Children kept holding her hand over the armrest during the first half. During intermission, over a packet of potato wafer, which Jita unwillingly stuffed into her mouth. He said to her, "It is our baby. We have to be happy so that it is happy." He held her hand when she vomited in morning. He held her, brought her to before leaving for work. He brought her things she loved to eat. He took her for one more movie, and she did not have time to call Dilip till she was in the fifth month. When she did, she found another crafty voice of telling her the number you were trying to reach is switched off. Please try again later. She did not know why the distance between Dilip and her did not make her unhappy anymore. And just at times, yes, unhappy, no. Jita's teacher's training course was being held at a school 20 kilometers from town in different district. The training was to last for 1 month. Our present training could stay at a school instead. Arrangement has been made. One had to take in light work uniform. Gita did not. Her body was swaying. The bar had risen slightly above her armpit. Student's mother asked her to offer the equal accommodation. Student told her not to. He would take her to training center in the morning and bring her back in the evening on his motorcycle, even if it meant reporting late to work and leaving the lab early. He would do for 1 whole month, not including weekend. Gita was beginning to appreciate all that children were doing for her now, for her as well as for no one growing within her. At times, fear gripped her. What if he came to know the baby was not his? What if Dilip returned to claim them? The road to make this was tripped off with dark coat in survey plate and photos in others. The entire 20 kilometers stretch was pestilential hung over with fine yellow dust from traffic that piled briefly in and out of town, adding to the inconvenience and the danger where the cattle with the sat in the middle of road. Children thought nothing of it. He even quarreled with his mother and elder sister-in-law to allow Gita to travel with him.
You realize how much risk it is to drive on that road?
His elder sister-in-law had a
Isn't everyone else driving?
shouldn't have in return.
You will be driving twice each day, and for 1 month. That is too much.
I can't let my wife stay away from home for that long.
Son,
His mother had reasoned.
you both will be going on your motorcycle, and that road has got so many holes. Your wife is carrying a baby. It is not safe.
Suran did not speak to his mother and sister-in-law rest of the day. Finally, they decided to let him have his way. Suran's mother moved back his substantial lamp to Pojita each morning before they rode off his motorcycle. They set off between 7 and 8 because that was when the would not allow on the road. However, the road would be full of school buses, auto rickshaw, family hatchback, and two-wheeler heading to the school and grown up to their workplace. Children taught them with an Elkatujita did not know her polite and gentlemanly husband had, and soon their motorcycle would be riding the wind. Jita fell in love with Dilip because he was a bad boy up to a Northwood, and she had even warned about him. Suran was in every way the ideal man, And Chanjita did not think of much of children or his ideal man persona. Her husband refused to of his family to take her teacher training course on his motorcycle. Bravery and interest was beyond Jita's wildest imagination. The early morning air would be refreshing. Jita would have bathed and would be in a clean iron chari. Her face and neck shimmered with talcum. She would be wearing a bindi and sindoor in the pattern in her hair. She would press her wrap tightly against Children's back and hold on to him. He would loosen her grip only when they reached the training center. They would exchange quick goodbye, and with Children reminding her to obtain time to keep in touch over mobile phone, put on his helmet, and return quickly, for he had to report to work. Jita longed for solitude. After all the solitude attention she received from her husband and in-law at home, the training center where she couldn't find time for herself and tried to reach the man she had left behind. After the first week, when the training was not very active, Jita desperately tried delete number, during lunch break, and any other time when she could find in between. Each time she was told that only trick up and to try again later. After a week, schedule became crammed with work and she stopped trying. When training began, the thing she did like most was student punctual. Always on time, he parked outside the gate, peering through ceiling for her. Jita was afraid that she would see her the first look on her face, or that we would cause her traveling with keypad at three-chip redialing delete number. Confessing her state, she would delete the number last, call from love. Wipe the sweat off her face, comb her hair, chatted her sari, and walk out, making a smile as her I meet student. At the end of the first week, to a delete number they switched off and student devotion to her become clear. The emotion Jita was speaking of children beneath and gradually become genuine. There had been no obstetric complication thus far. The doctor has reported hearing the baby heartbeat on every list. The ultrasonography done the day before training began showed that Jita was in the middle of her 6th month. He advised rest, and Jita's children had their daily extension from her. While Jita felt some pain, doctor described it as a normal, but she prescribed some relaxation and agent tested the benefit of proper rest. While Jita felt guilty, she quiet. About a week before training was to end, 2 hours before her return, Jita felt a terrible cramp in her abdomen. She would just lay on the bed, curls up, groaning.
Son, I told you, didn't I?
Student mother said to him.
Have you two gone out of your minds? You rode 40 kilometers every day.
The white of Lady Doctor eyes went red as she screamed. Jita lying back on examination table, hand over her tummy. could feel the tear gathered. The gynecologist reported a heartbeat, asked Jita if she had some discharge or only pain. Jita gripped.
Pain. Just.
Jita was prescribed a continuous dose of autoimmune elation to be taken as long as the pain persisted and to be discontinued only on the doctor advice. She was also advised another ultrasonography to assess the total well-being, but the guitar was in such a pain that she took to go home instead of the diagnostic lab. At first, the training was constant. There was no way Gita could attend it anymore. Even she used to stay in a school itself.
But what about her job?
Children asked. The doctor lost her temper once more.
That you should have thought of earlier. Couldn't you have gone to see her each morning and evening instead of driving her there and bringing her back every day? And you two are so smart. You didn't even tell me all this. I remember she complained of pain some time ago, but even then you two did not tell me anything. And I thought it was the usual pain. Why do you need a doctor? Go, do whatever you want to do.
Before they left, the doctor said kindly but tenderly.
With what you two have done, your baby might be at risk. Go straight to a hospital if the pain increases or if there is any discharge. I might not be able to help you in that condition.
The pain remained the intense at the time. Dr. Ada Jutta remained in bed all time. Two pillows under her feet, for the gentle advice her had led to end to rise over her head, and 2 days later, around sunset, it became so accurate that determined our inner would tumble out. Children called for the marshal and took her to doctor nearby. He gave her medicine but told Sudan stay away.
Your wife can't be cured in a clinic. She needs to be taken to a hospital quickly.
And then, on the way, hospital Jita felt warm. Adama fluid wetting her thigh, chin, petticoat. The baby did not cry when it was warm. Midwife, wearing white sari with blue border tabby and took it to the tray where newborns were usually cleaned and kept until their family signed an official form stating that they would receive a live male female child.
क्या हुआ रे?
Tita slept after the delivery, naked from the chest downward, cold with bath water and blood sticking to her thigh and leg, and IV line pitched into her body to hurriedly inserted at her left breast, her vagina bleeding and painful. The thumb of umbilical cord clamped with forceps, hanging out of her vagina and hitting her chest more with every passing moment. Here the her nurse on duty called out to the midwife and ayah.
लड़का हुआ दीदी.
The midwife shouted back. Soon after, though, the nurse panicked.
Ma, it didn't cry, did it? Such a small baby, just 7 or 8 months. See?
Her words made Gita queasy. She turned her face to one side and saw the woman lying on the table next to her, bearing down, grunting pain. She closed her eyes. The doctor on the duty in the labor room has seen the baby. He thought that she could detect the heartbeat, but could not be sure. The baby was absolutely still, still did not cry. and there seemed to be no breathing. The baby had bluish tingle all over its body.
What? Madam?
The nurse asked cautiously.
Should we? Yes, quickly! Rakhi!
She called out to the midwife, who was pitching nose into the baby's nostril.
Leave it now, we're sending the baby to the NICU. Go take it there.
She cried something urgently on the jittered bed her ticket.
What is the placenta out?
She asked one of the ayah who was cleaning Jita up.
I'm doing it, madam.
Ayah said.
Yes, do it.
The doctor had sympathetic look on her face as she ran her eye over Jita's bare, bloody body.
I need to talk to her husband. Sister, is her husband here?
Maybe the baby had never lived, for the doctor had been unable to hear the total heart sound, and Jita already had been gone into labor here in the southern south. Sound had become difficult. The doctor had already warned students of any eventuality student contract was prepared for anything at all. The doctor's voice was bland and her work calculated. As she laid trace on the line during counseling,
Perhaps children's doctors will know better. Perhaps they can do something, but whatever is to be done has to be done fast.
students did not know need those words. He already knew before this was Doctor Jeter Generally and the doctor who had been seen Jeter in the evening she was brought to the hospital had warned them.
We better take them home now.
Students' brothers shouted.
Why keep it under a machine if there is no hope?
The baby was handed over to her father, wrapped in clean towel. Children had given to the tub in NICU. Her grandmother recalled after burial that infant had a nose like children. Jita stayed silent through everything and remained that way for nearly a fortnight. Children never left her alone whenever she was at home. He asked her if she wanted to be with her family for some time. She refused.
Don't worry,
Children said to her.
we can have another one.
She dialed Dilip number once again, even though she did not know what she would say to him if he picked up. He wanted to tell him that he about his death song. She also wanted to tell him that he did have to come himself if she wanted to take her away. She had no ticket out of her marriage anymore. The dial number does not exist. Please check the number and dial again. Please check the number dial again. The message repeated itself. Gita grew restless. There was a witness between her thigh and began she began hurting. She deleted delete number from the caller. She stood up, checked if the door to her room was locked, and began changing the sanitary pad, which was soaking up in the blood seeping out of her. She picked another pad in place, rolled up to the soiled one in old newspaper, and walked it into the bathroom to throw it away. Now determined to get every last drop of Dilip blood out of her body.
Basoji. A sun soaked January afternoon, four women were gathered around the village hand pump, filling their brass, aluminium, and plastic vessels, idly talking. The weather was balmy, the sun at just the right warmth to bring people outdoors to bid adieu to the 3 month long winter. The signs of spring were evident, the mango trees were in bloom. Bright yellow mustard blossoms nodded in the kitchen gardens, loudspeakers blared in anticipation of the upcoming Saraswati Puja, and a gentle spring breeze, which has for aeons been a muse for poets and aesthetes everywhere, blew. The discussion was animated and spanned homes, families, the village, the market, vegetables, clothes, food, children, weather, festivals. Two other women joined the group. The conversational extended. More prattling, more giggles. How well she spoke, this lady in the white cotton sari. What sway she held over her listeners. She laughed a booming, confident laugh, tossing her head back, and a few salt and pepper strands scattered over her temples. She said something in a loud, pleasant voice, then covered her mouth with her hand like a shy girl. She was the center of the conversation, this tall, dusky woman. Two small children ran up to the group and tugged at her sari.
Basoji, Basoji, what's taking you so long? You asked us to wait under the coot tree, and you haven't come yet. Come now.
Basoji, that was her name. A friendly name for a friendly person. Jhi to adults. She was Jhi to children as well. A Jhi to all of Sarjomdi. In fact, Basoji smiled.
I have to go.
She declared to her friends. To the children, she said.
Wait till I take this pitcher home. You run along.
Her strong old arms lifted the hefty water-filled brass pitcher onto her hip, and she marched home with a gait that belied her age.
Did Biru really kill the demon?
An inquisitive 5-year-old asked. They were all gathered in a sunny, sleepy patch under the ancient kuth tree. Basuji, seated on a patya, was basking in the late winter sun as she narrated the exploits of Biru, the Santhal hero who lived in fairy tale tradition a long, long time ago.
Yes, Babu. Biru was a powerful man. Decapitating the demon was child's play for him. The huge head of the demon fell on the ground, and Biru heard the beautiful princess calling out his name. Biru, Biru.
7 pairs of eyes gazed intently at the woman who was taking their young minds on a journey to realms of magic and fantasy, to lands that lay beyond their imagination, where the sun and the moon play happily together and stars swing from the boughs of tall magical trees, to lands where the princesses are fairer than the fairest of them all and heroes stronger than the strongest, to the lands of 9-headed demons, wicked chieftains, conniving stepmothers, and conspiracy concocting witches.
Be report in Cartoon Network style.
Another 5-year-old demanded an explanation, and Basoji found herself struggling for an answer. She didn't know what Cartoon Network was. She never watched TV. A 6-year-old came to her rescue, although unknowingly.
Eh, Biru is real. He lived a long time ago. This Cartoon Network is all fake. My ba told me.
Since her arrival in Sarjomdi 2 years earlier, Basuji had become a favorite with almost everyone, whether young or old, and was an integral part of the day-to-day life of the village. Sarjomdi, which was, for about 60 years, another nondescript dot on the map of that part of the Chota Nagpur area, which is now formally known as the Purbi Singhbhum district. Sarjomdi, where most of the population is Santhal and the rest, Munda, all of them are followers of Sarna, the aboriginal faith of the Chota Nagpur area. Sarjomdi, which stands above the mineral-rich core of the Indian subcontinent. Sarjomdi, outside whose southern frontiers a mine and a copper factory were established, where the copper town sprang up, and which was now gradually threatening to swallow all of Sarjomdi. Sarjomdi, which bore the repercussions of development, the nationalization of the mine and the factory, the opening of two more quarries, and the confiscation of the villagers' properties for the building of roads and living quarters. Sarjomdi, whose men were given jobs as unskilled labourers in the mines and the factory in return for their fecund land. Sarjomdi, which is a standing testimony to the collapse of an agrarian Adivasi society and the dilution of the Adivasi culture, the twin gifts of industrialization and progress. Sarjomdi, which within 60 years acquired all the signs of urbanity, just like the copper town, concrete houses, cable television, two-wheelers, a hand pump, a narrow winding tarmac that everyone called the main road, and a primary school. Few people in Sarjomdi farmed anymore now. Most men, some women as well, worked in the mines and the factory as coolie in Reja. Those fortunate to have an education worked in banks and other offices. Some young men had joined the Indian army. Still, this was progress considering how the Adivasis had lived so far. It was in this society where virtue and a certain innocence nestled cheek by jowl with the usual vices of human beings that Basuji made an entry and ended up changing a few lives. First, the lives of Soren Babu, his wife Pushpa, and their three children. Soren Babu worked in a bank. It was he who brought Basuji to Sir Jomdi without so much as a warning to Pushpa.
Who is she? I haven't seen her before.
She asked. Soren Babu tried to explain.
A distant relative of mine, her name is Basanti. Basanti. I call her Basoti. Her son was somewhere in Bengal, in Namaldicham. They are unable to look after her, so I bought her here. If you don't mind.
Pushpa was annoyed, but then she saw Basanti, her dirty crumpled sari and the huge bundle she held to her bosom. Her downcast eyes, the fear, the misgiving in every look, the odd shrinking as she tried to hide her tall figure behind the diminutive Soren Babu, and felt sorry for her. Plus, Pushpa reasoned, at her age, Basanti would hardly hold a knife to her throat and demand cash and jewellery.
No, I don't mind.
Pushpa said.
But she must bathe first.
The following day, Basuji left her bed before anyone in the family and swept the entire house clean. She then washed the clothes. Pushpa was amazed.
No, Basoji. Don't do all that. I can manage.
She told Basanti.
No, Bahu. You already have so much to do. I am in the habit of working. This is almost nothing.
Basanti replied, smiling. Pushpa didn't say another word after that. She was very pleased. Now all she needed to do in the mornings was to get up, take a bath, and cook breakfast. What more could a woman burdened with an office-going husband, three unruly school-going children, and a whole lot of washing, cooking, cleaning, dusting, cutting, chopping, and grinding to do ask for? Suryan Babu and Pushpa had three children. The eldest, a daughter Sangita, was aged 7 years old, and two boys, twins Sham and Gopal, were 2 years younger than the girl. While Suryan Babu was a happy father, his wife was a beleaguered mother. Most of her time was spent or wasted, as she felt, in getting the children to do their lessons, keeping them from mischief or watching too much TV. Suryan Babu's salary didn't allow his family the luxury of a maid. So throughout the day, poor Pushpa would be kept on her toes. In Basoji, Pushpa found a babysitter, a housekeeper, a laundry woman, a vegetable chopper, a masala grinder, a fish scaler, a back scrubber, a scalp masseuse, a confidant, and a companion. Suryan Babu, who didn't have immediate family, found a mother figure. Sangita, Shyam, and Gopal inducted a new member into their gang. Basuji found a family and friends. There was Maino Mardi, the old woman living next door. Every morning she traipsed across the hibiscus hedge into the Soren's backyard where Basanti would be sitting on a machi, peeling potatoes and cutting brinjals, lady's finger, spinach and drumstick leaves for lunch. Both the women would sit there and unspool their daily yarns of gossip. Mino complained that Shanti, her daughter-in-law, didn't give her enough to eat. Basanti was the only person in all of Sir Jomti who seemed to understand the yearnings of this ill-fed mother-in-law. Mino didn't resent the old ladleful of rice at lunch, or that extra spoonful of sugar in the morning tea which she was allegedly being denied by her daughter-in-law. Mino's problem was Shanti herself. No amount of food could satisfy old Mino. She wanted her son back, the man who now belonged to his wife. She wanted her grandchildren to see that their mother treated their grandmother with some respect. Every evening, Basanti would go for a walk and stop for some chit chat with the hand. With Every evening, Basanti would go for a walk and stop for some chit chat with old Dashrath Murmu. Dashrath was a widower and lived in a small cottage near the hand pump with his daughter Bijoya and an invalid teenage son. Bijoya was a Santhal woman of marriageable age and had regular Santhal features. She was 5 feet and a few inches tall, dark, plump, and soft spoken. What set her apart from the other girls of the village was her education. She was a graduate, an honours holder in history, and aspired to become a teacher. However, Santhal men go for looks. While Bijoy's gold medal could get her a good job, when it came to marriage negotiations, it intimidated suitors. With the wrong sort of complexion and her degree, she didn't have too many chances. The fact that Bijoy could cook, clean, sweep, look after the elderly, even clean cow sheds and split firewood when required, didn't attract many suitors to her house. And of course, there was the rumor of sorcery, spread by a disgruntled relative of theirs. Her mother's death, her brother's disability, her father's failed paddy crop, even her degree, everything was attributed to it. When Basanti had first heard of the accusation, she had been shocked. A long buried agonizing recollection had assaulted her like a thin rubber band which snaps as one is tying a chignon and stings the fingers. Thereafter, even though Basanti tried to avoid talking to Dashrath about his daughter, the old man would keep coming back to the topic. Educated, able bodied women don't need a husband to guide them through life, she tried to hint. She would imply to Dashrath in a roundabout manner that a daughter as smart and qualified enough as Vijaya could build her own destiny, but to no avail. 2 years passed thus until Vijayadashami, the last day of the Durga Puja, the day when good supposedly triumphed over evil. Vijayadashami, the last day of the most popular festival of eastern India. The copper town was illuminated and throbbing with life as it roused itself to pay one last obeisance to the Devi before her clay avatar was relegated to the Subarna Rekha. The roads were crowded with men and motorcycles, puja pandals dazzled, and the latest Bollywood and Bangla hits blared amid sacred incantations. Fidgety children and well dressed adults thronged the fuchka and chow mein stalls. A tall effigy of Ravan towered over everything. The village of Sarjondi was also bustling. Men, women, and children, all in new clothes, were walking over to the town to take part in the festivities. Sangita, Gopal, and Sham were already at a pandal, their heads bowed reverently and their little palms clasped in prayer. The children were naughty, but they knew their manners. Surin Babu looked at them and bowed his head in prayer. I seek every happiness, peace, and prosperity for my family, Ma Durga. Grant me my wishes. Pushpa and Basuji were at home. With what was happening in their neighbor's house, it didn't seem proper for them to head into town for revelry. Mino's grandson was sick. The 4-year-old was running a high fever. Only God knew where he had caught the infection. He had gone to Copper Town the previous day with his father and two older sisters to look at the deities. He had been all right at the time. He returned home happy and healthy. That night, he began to squirm. Mino couldn't talk to Basanti that day. Even when Basanti was in Mino's house, sitting on her grandson's cot, the old women couldn't exchange too many words. Akadashi, the morning after the festivities, the roads were silent. The town was asleep, tucked under the quilt of weariness after 10 days of almost perpetual motion and merrymaking. Streamers and festoons, marigold garlands and paper mache discs, leaf bowls and mirchi pataka shells lay strewn on the streets. Mino hadn't slept a wink all night. She was waiting for a son and daughter-in-law who had taken their son to the hospital late at night. When they returned, they bore the dead boy home. The last rites had ended when life in the village had come back on track. It wasn't the same anymore for Mino and Sorin Babu's families. This was the third death in this village in 2 years. That is, after Basanti's arrival. Two old men, so old that continued life would have been a miracle, were the first ones to go. But Mino's grandson had still been a child. All of a sudden, Basanti's presence began to matter. The boy's death was unnatural, it was claimed, and Pushpa began asking the same hard questions she had asked 2 years earlier. Who is this Basuji? Where has she come from?
Who is this Basoji? Where has she come from?
Sorin Babu found himself unable to answer with any precision. Mino was put under house arrest. She was not to talk to Basanti. There was to be no gossiping under the Kooth tree. Now it was the daughters-in-law who held dialogues. But while Basanti and Mino used to hold loud and lengthy chat sessions, Pushpa and Shanti kept their conversations short and discreet. Pushpa now began to make it a point to get up at around the same time as Basuji, even if it meant waking the entire house with a shrill alarm clock. The early winter chill tortured her, but she had to keep Basanti away from the kitchen and their clothes. The children were unusually quiet. Gopal and Sham were whipped mercilessly. Sangeeta was scolded for no reason.
Such a big girl. Can't even keep her shoes in place. Who will do it for you? Basoji? She's going to stay here forever or what?
Suren Babu saw, heard, perhaps even understood everything, but said nothing. Silence slithered all over the house like a crate. The murmuring began only when the children were asleep, but Basuji could hear it quite well. For many nights together, Pushpa would jabber on and on like a maniac, and Soren Babu would try to quiet her in his calm, composed voice. One night, the dam broke. As Soren Babu finally lost his patience, the rubber band snapped once again and stung Basuji. Soren Babu screamed at Pushpa.
So, what do I do then? Tell her that she is Dhani, grab her by her hair, and throw her out of the house?
That was it. Basuji knew. She was a Daini, a witch. She'd killed her own grandson, and for that, her sons had disowned her. How could she expect strangers to accept her? She truly was a witch. Basanti didn't have many memories from her childhood, except the colorful stories about magic and heroes she'd heard from her grandmother, and the cheeky songs her mothers and aunts used to sing at weddings and festivals, Chapri. That was the name of her village. But all she could remember about that place were its lush green fields where she spent her entire childhood herding cattle and goats. She didn't remember her parents' home, nor the way to her village, which she remembered her elders saying was somewhere in Bengal. She must have been just 14 when she was married to a farmer almost double her age. She was a shy, naive Santhal girl, unschooled and illiterate, who had never seen a car or a bus, nor had ever ventured outside Chapri. Her marriage changed her. Her groom brought her to Salbani, his village, in a train. The huge black steam locomotive had fascinated her. After crossing many new places, she got down at the railway station and walked 3 miles on the gravelled road that took her and her groom, along with all his relatives, to Shalbani. But alas, she was a new bride, her head covered with the archer of the turmeric dyed handloom sari, her eyes fixed on the ground. She saw nothing. After her marriage, life gave Vasanti many opportunities to feast her eyes on things that fascinated her and things that she had only heard about when she was a young girl in Chapri. Her man took her to the hut, where he bought her sweets, glass bangles, tikli, ainom, chorik, and scarves in peacock feather claws. Her man loved her and she admired him. She loved his looks and most of all his mustache. Thick, glossy, and upturned at both ends. In those days, men didn't address wives by their names, and women, they hardly ever spoke to their men. They just listened. One night, Basanti heard her man calling out to her by the name only her parents used.
Bacho.
She felt the ground being swept from under her feet. Her cheeks flushed and her palpitation rose as she felt a strong arm around her waist. A hard, calloused palm raked her abdomen. The face she loved so much loomed over her own as she felt his warm breath on her neck. The face inched closer, the moustache brushing against her cheek, her lips. She lay numb and motionless as his tongue prized open her jaws, clenched in fear and excitement. She bore him 2 sons, 2 healthy boys, just like their father. She would carry his food to the field where he'd be working. Some dark muddy, some salt, and a chili or an onion, all tied up in a clean gamcha. She would carry the bundle on her head, and the 2 children would scamper along, grabbing every opportunity to splash around in the muddy water. In the mornings, they would play with their father. At nights, their mother would enthrall them with her wonderful stories. The older son was just 9 when Basanti was widowed. She was so shocked that she couldn't even cry. She had to look after her sons, their animals, their farm. There was no time to shed tears. Basanti received several propositions, mostly from her deceased husband's much married cousins, who materialized from nowhere and began claiming his things as their own. Basanti knew their intentions and she sternly refused. Still, her gullibility made her lose much of their farmland, and the soon was left only with a small patch of land behind their hut. Small but fertile. There she began growing vegetables and sold her produce in the hut and the small town on the other side of the railway tracks. The hut brought back memories of her days as a married woman. But she couldn't wear colored glass bangles or saris anymore, and she'd lost all fascination for sweets and steam engines. She also gathered tendu and sal leaves, mahua blossoms, and bamboo shoots, for which she got a fair price in the market. At times, she worked at building and road construction sites and also found work at a rice mill in town. Survival was the first thing in Basanti's mind, and she survived everything: hunger, poverty, scheming relatives, and salacious leers. The gritty Santhal widow proved herself the quintessential single mother and nurtured her fatherless sons unaided, not once making them feel deprived or desperate. As the years passed, Basanti's sons grew up into able bodied young men. But completely unlike their father, they kept busy oiling their own machines and displayed not a hint of affection or modicum of gratitude. Both married girls of their own choice, and that was the beginning of Basanti's woes. From afar, one would have envied Basanti's life: two sons, two daughter in law, grandchildren, a happy family. But only one had to skim had but one only had to skim the surface to see what the woman was actually going through. A lifetime of struggle and toil had hardened not only her limbs but also her soul. She soon realized that her son and their wives didn't want her around. So she built herself a one-room hut on the same small patch of land where she used to grow vegetables. That was where she cooked, slept, and lived. Her daughter-in-laws were lazy and bad-tempered. They were neat and clean like most Santhal women, and they kept their rooms and racha in order. But that was all the virtue they possessed: kindness, understanding, the ability to run their household smoothly, respect for their mother in law. These things made no sense to them. However, Basanti refused to accept their carelessness and unpredictable mood swings. She often pointed out their shortcomings, especially when her grandchildren were not properly looked after, for she doted on them. The children would constantly run to their grandmother, who cared for them more than their mothers did, and this was something Basanti's daughter in law couldn't bear to see. Then, Basanti's youngest son's child succumbed to a bout of diarrhea. While the child was alive and suffering, it was Basanti who attended to him. His mother only yelled and blamed all and sundry for her child's illness. Once the child died and the yelling rose in intensity, the daughters in law lost no moment in declaring that their mother in law was to be held responsible for the child's death. What had she done? Why were they blaming her?
Tell us, what are you up to inside your heart?
Her sons asked.
Which evil god do you worship? How many children do you need to for your sacrifice?
Basanti was stunned. Such questions could only mean one thing. But her sons, her own sons, calling her a witch? She felt utterly helpless, much more than when she had been widowed. Desolate, she watched her sons ransack her one room hut, her utensils, her clothes, her clay pots, her tin box. Everything was thrown out. Not satisfied with all the damage he caused to his mother's hurt and heart, the younger son threw Basanti onto the ground by her hair. Then he kicked her in the abdomen. The old woman screamed in pain and in grief. The sons kept hurling abuses and kicks. The older son, in the meanwhile, prepared to demolish his mother's fragile dwelling. One hard blow of the hatchet and the bamboo door came off. Another blow and the wooden panels of the makeshift kitchen were gone. Another blow and the clay chulha crumbled. This went on for a long time. The wives lamented the death of the child and goaded their husbands on to kill the Daini, and stood holding on to each other. Many villagers gathered to witness the tamasha, but no one stepped forward to speak on behalf of Basanti. She remained doubled up on the ground in pain, grief, shock, and humiliation. She longed for her mother's soothing voice.
Baso, Baso,
She longed for her man. She wanted to tell him.
look what your sons are doing to me. You buy me a new sari, some glass bangles, some ainom, some sindoor, and I'll look beautiful once again.
It was dark when Basanti began retrieving her things from the rubble. She picked up a few clothes and the souvenirs of her youth, a few intact glass bangles, and a tiny empty sindoor and ainom boxes, and wrapped them into a bundle in a clean dhoti. Then she left. A 2-hour train journey brought Basanti to the Copper Town railway station. She alighted from the compartment looking like a mad woman. 2 nights on the platform, and on the third day she caught Sorin Babu's eye. Soren Babu wasn't a relative, but he knew and remembered Basanti from a wedding they had both attended. Basanti had been from the groom's side at that wedding. She had sung a scandalous song.
ताले चोपोच चोपोच तेम्हे जाकाना सिंजो होतर होतर te chalao jongme.
You have come sucking on the palm fruit. Now you leave digging into the shell of a wood apple, teasing the bride's party who had accompanied the bride to her in-laws' place. It was entertaining to hear her sing. Soren Babu had been impressed with this lady. He began talking with her and came to know that some of his relatives lived in villages near Chapli and that he should address Basanti as Ji. At the Copper Town railway station, he recognized Basanti. A little talk and the story came out. Soren Babu knew Basanti quite well, well enough to bring her home without harboring any doubts. And that was what he did. Pushpa woke up, expecting Basuji to appear from the kitchen holding a broom.
I told you not to do these things.
She rehearsed the line before pushing the kitchen door open. Basuji wasn't there. Pushpa, alarmed, shook Soren Babu awake and gave him the news. He jumped out of bed and rushed into the courtyard. The front door had been left open. They went to the corner where Basuji used to sleep. The folding cot was set upright. On it were neatly arranged the clothes and other articles: a comb, oil, sal twigs for cleaning teeth, soap that Basuji had received from the Soren family. Her rubbish chappals were neatly arranged under the cot, but Basuji herself and her bundle were gone.
Direct divination depth of all of the people walking on the dusty, untiled road. Subhashini guessed what the most urgent, the look on her face, the most solemn, and her mind the most preoccupied. Rospal, her village, was a good 5 kilometers away, and she had just able to see herself observe Sunbar Hath rusting to clear. Originally, she would have picked up few vegetables, poa of northern aloo, immediately with basanti fresh from farm of Kamirikata, and some green leafy vegetable. Then he would saunter over Dhorabudi, Nonivia Cha, commented on the appearance and freshness of Rui and Katla, and haggled over the price before leaving the stall with some cheap was butter to merriment. Sundar thundered and puffed into Pandit tube. Finally, on her way out of Chuklia, she would have stopped at Ma Monisa Mata Bandar, purchased half of the dozen Jawai Ladu, and some Singara, Alu chop, souvenir for her 3 children, Parul, 14-year-old, 11-year-old Nilmoni, and little Kunaram, who was just 7 years. Today, however, Suhasini was lasting on only a small town with 4 jellyfish inside it. Though her eyes were on the road, her mind was elsewhere. It had been a hectic day at the rice mill, and she had to reach home early as possible. Suhasini's normal pace would appropriately be described as leisurely, her demeanor as sociable. She would reach home only around sundown. She would walk in a huge group of Bazar Kamika Kuriko. Sumarshini and her friend, women who worked in aluminum factory, in the sock factory, in butternut orchard and jam factory, in Devu Babu poultry farm, and in various construction sites all over Chukulia. Women young and old, younger one in delightfully draped scientific cheap sari. The older one in simple hand-dyed loom sari worn in traditional way, carrying multi-tiered element tiffin. Carried thick gamcha thrown over their shoulder or tied around their waist would laugh, gossip, and jitter all the way home. Trekker and Jharkhand bus would pass by them, honking their khalisi, hollering for fare, for right of way. But the woman would never wave at the driver to talk, offer them a ride unless they were delayed. Where to very wah. One abroad that woman would bargain, paying only 1 rupee if the ride cost three. Two, if the ride cost five, they would call Khalisi and the driver name and five tooth nail for each rupee. The driver Khalisi enjoyed such a construction and would often provide the woman. Male passengers and children would take child. Listen the five very effective. Subhasini taught a veteran of such a bargaining preferred to work for it, gave her and Tumni, her close friend, time to talk to one another. Dumini lived in Balipur, and two women seldom found an opportunity to meet another except during work hour and commute. The long obsessed road would come alive every evening with the chatter of the Bazar Kami Koriko returning home from work, very much like Crimson Sky, which would resonate with clamor of birds returning to their nest after day of traveling, carrying the morsel and warmth of to feed their nesting. Today, however, Suhasini was quickly. She was nearly fainting. She had all left all of her pen behind at the rice mill. All of them had out to get her home as possible. Don't worry, Dominic advised.
Don't walk.
Dominic had advised.
Take the trekker. You'll reach home early.
She tried to get him into one, but Tucker had crammed with villagers returning from the hearth. Two young men wearing the clothes like actors in beverage returning to from hearth.
Don't walk.
Dominic had advised.
Take the trekker. You'll reach home early.
She tried getting into one, but the trekker had been crammed with villagers returning from the hearth. Two young men wearing clothes like actors in Bieber's Bollywood movie and protein hairdo like Pakistani cricketers were sitting on the largest carrier at the top. One of them would pass Khaled Gulka spit on unsuspecting men and women searching for a vacant seat. When the victim would lick up in indignation, he would grin shamelessly, displaying the two rows of tiny red teeth. There were three men seated with the driver. One on the extreme left hand had his left leg on footboard outside the vehicle. One next to him getting badly quick. The man sitting next to the driver had his legs flat and was leaning back in terror. For every time the driver gear changed, the gearhead up or the driver fist would hit him in the cross. The driver, a thrill seeker, sat with one of his buttocks hanging outside of the pupil. Subhashini thought it was far safer to walk. Khaleesi told her to climb on the luggage carrier.
উপরে চাপকো মাসি।
Subhashini infuriated.
তুই চাপ, আমি নাই চাপি।
She snapped and thrusting her tiffin carrier into her cloth bag, holding the delivery package close to her bosom. She threw on. Subhashini had come quite a distance, dodging indolent bullcock cart in different cyclists, when the same tracker caught up with her unconditionally.
স্বর্গ মাসি।
The Khalisi hollered impudently. She moved hurriedly to edge of the road and placed one of the end of the gamcha over her face. The four-wheeler covered her in red dust and black fume.
কি মাসি, মরতে খুঁজছু?
The chicken Khalsi, dangling from the back of the tracker, shouted at her.
মরবে তোর মা।
Sulochana shouted back.
গাড়িয়ে চাপি ফুটানি করছু, জমিনে চল দেখি।
The overcrowded vehicle ground along, leaving Subhashini bathed in dust, filled with self-pity and fighting back that she had just cursed a woman she did know, but and only because of her tone, that good-for-nothing monkey of boy who hung from tracker and shouted improper things to women old enough to be his mother. Would her Kunaram do such a thing? No, never. She had done right thing by catching that woman. But what was that woman's fault? It was her son who had shouted at her and made fun of her. Oh, Chadovanga, what are you making me do? Why did you have to do that? Why did you have to make me lose my temper? Why did Khalsi shout at me? Why today all of this cannot not find it in checker? Why did not wait for some other gadi? What is happening to me? Subhashini tried to keep her tears from flowing. They would not talk. Two obstacles found their way down in her dark and poofy chair where age and the element hormone had formed her primitive path. Why me? Why only me? Hey, Chandrabhaga, are you dead to me? Was that previous test not good enough for you to judge my faith in you? How many more tests will you put me through?
We will name him after my father.
Sanaram said.
We will call him Kunaram.
He wanted a boy. After two pretty girls whom she adored, he wanted a boy. Subhashini wanted Sam, but how could she tell him that? It was hesitant, almost inaudible,
Yes.
that she uttered every time her man laid his gaze on her pregnant belly.
It will be a boy, my son.
She pulled her sari close over her chest.
We will name him Kunaram after Ba. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, Kunaram, he self-carry called. She wanted to tell him, but turned her eye away, lowered them, and walked away. Suram was so happy his father was coming back to him. Subhashini happy, for she was the one bringing him this happiness. It will be a boy. Chandravanga made it will be a boy. The baby was born, a boy, and was promptly named after him his grandfather. His father took to calling him Ba, the interest of Beta. His mother too called him Ba, also Beta, but never Kunaram. For that was the name of father-in-law, and no good, respectable frontal woman should bring the name of her husband, her father-in-law, and her elder brother-in-law in honor lip. Later she found a new name for her son, Kunu. Everybody was happy. Sunaram, Chivasini, Parul, Little Nilamani, happy, that is, until Sundaram was struck by lightning. Sundaram found with a black hole on his chest, encircled by thin black hair, half of his body carried under huge maston tree outside Roswell. The tree was charred as well. The village said, "What was the hurry? Why could not he shelter himself in the equal bedding like everybody else? Such a nice man, such a nice man. What made him think that lightning would not hit him? Look, bah, death does not come not beating drum and blowing bungle. He was such a nice man. He was in a hurry to return home, but he could not wait to see his son. Yes, his son, poor child, and the two daughters too. Oh, what will become of them? Well, Bhutan over one misfortune have never done anyone any good. So bearing calm the apple of their eye, the three of them, Subhasini, Parul, and Nilmonia, Nilmonia, took up extra roles. Subhasini, the mother, became the breadwinner. Paul and Nilmoni become mother to their baby brother. Kunaram never really missed his father. He was not even when he had lost him, but talked to his mother about him. How he looked, how he talked, and how he went missing one rainy day. Oh, he was poor, he asked.
What happened to Ba, yo? Oh, he 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 disappeared. Disappeared? How? Um, well, rain. In the rain, the water took him. Yes, yes, the water. The water? Yes, yes, the water.
So intimidating had his information been there. For days, Kunaram had refused to take a bath. Finally, when a thick layer of dust gathered on his feet, chin, and leg, Subhasini Parul carried him to their well, stripped him as he bawled and bawled, struggled to break free, poured a bucket after bucket of cold water over him. Subhasini had grabbed him resolutely so that Parul could chop him all over with red like fifty chop, grab him truthfully with Marulu. Konoram was not scared of water anymore. He could swim in the village pond, hold his breath, and go underwater, even jump into the water from the branch of tree on the bank. It was water that helped his cool his body the previous evening. Although that it had not been enough. When she had come back from his work, Suhasini had found Parul sobbing in her father's face forehead with cold conflict. His eyes remained shut, and his moan kept the family awake all night. Early in the morning, Suhasini Chen Puchu, their neighbor, Father Tennyson, to face the doctor, Dr. Molly of Chawam, who came by morning passenger train to practice pharmacy in Chukulia. Come all the way to Rosewell on a borrowed motorcycle. You are a good man. Often gave medicine to villagers for free. He gave Shivasini few medicine from his tassel. Dr. Molly charged only for his visit. 30 rupees. Shivasini sat with Konoram for some time before leaving for work. Kunaram stared at her with tickly eyes and said as she was leaving, Yo, will you bring me some jalebi from the bazaar? Yeah.
Yes.
Subhashini sat with Konoram for some time before leaving for work. Konoram stared at her with tickly eyes and said as she was leaving,
Yo, will you bring me some jalebis from the bazaar?
Yes, beta. Yes, I'll bring jalebis for you.
Yo, I want to eat something sweet. Don't forget, yo, bring the jalebis.
No, beta, I won't forget. You don't talk now. You rest. I'll bring the jalebis.
From the moment Subhashini entered the compound of rice mill that morning, she had been dying to get out. I have to buy jalebis. I have to buy jalebi. I have to buy jalebi. I have to buy jalebi. It was as if Conram with turned into typical lesson which she had been asked to learn by heart. Every now and then she ran up to Chotababu office, scanned the huge clock put up on the tongue, played Whitehall, memorized the position of the hand on its face, and ran to Kalurana. Kalurana lived in the Kumatala of Rosepal. He was different from the others there, for he could change his name, do basic math, and did not have to study the size and look of Pantone to determine its denomination. He helped Subhashini read the clock. The small hand is pretty, right? Kalu asked, pointing to a diagram he had drawn on a heap of light with bamboo stick according to Subhashini's observation.
It's 2 o'clock, Didi.
Two? Oh, how long do I have to stay here?
Subhashini
Subhashini
Didi.
Didi?
So
Subhashini Didi, are you listening to me?
Kalu shook Subhashini's arm.
Yes. Yes, I am listening. I am listening. What? Say.
Subhashini Didi, why did you come here today?
Why? To work?
To work? Your son is running such a high fever and you are here to work? Are you mad?
It's fine. I'll manage.
No, you won't. You are dying to get out. I can see that. Why don't you speak to Chota Babu and leave?
It was a good idea, but Subhashini would not listen.
He won't deduct your wages.
It was
And what if he does? Kunu wants you home.
till Subhashini stayed till the mill closed. At 4, when work ended, she darted out like an arrow,
What a blockhead.
said Duvene to no one in particular.
She came walking in the morning. She didn't even tell me that Kunaram is sick. Just look at her, Subhashini.
She called out,
Don't walk. Take a trekker. You'll reach home early.
Yo,
Kanu. If preoccupied Subhashini halted at this sudden call, she turned around. No, it was not Kunaram, although the call had seemed very familiar. A sick looking boy, almost the same age as her son, clad only in dirty gamcha, was staring at her eye with hungry eye. Who is this? Whose child is this? Suhasini looked around. The next village was still at some distance away. She could see the house behind the bamboo grave and Amra and Samul and even farther in distance was Balipur, where the woman lived. Oh, Chandavanga, who is this child? Such a small boy, and so sick looking too.
Yo, I'm very hungry. Please give me something to eat.
The boy in closer and after a boy that made Subhasini feel like going home and sitting beside her son. The road was silent, the air heavy with ominous stillness, no vehicle passed, and no one hurried by. Even the animal seemed absent. No goat kid care camp in fallow, no heifer traveled alone, driving a heavy tobacco around her neck.
No! Go away! I have got nothing!
Suhasini shouted at the child. Her tear had dried and her heart was racing. She knew that misfortune sometimes assumed human form, big or um, anyone compensates and to which to childhood to misfortune spend rest of her life waiting. Then there are the Dahini, the observer of deity of the dark. When a Dahini died, deity, the deity T1 would assume the form of a child, an old man or a woman, and the sheep man. Even a cow, goat, or pig look for another depot, then cry, chase the people around, assume familiarity, beg for food, beg to keep at home. No, no, this child,
Please, yo, I'm very hungry. I was sick and I have not eaten for many days.
I told you! I've got nothing! He
uh,
said restlessly.
Suhasini chased restlessly, tightening her grip around the packet. Fuck.
That
Where is your mother? Ask her for food. Leaving a child to beg like this?
She turned to leave, but the little boy would not stop asking.
my mother works in Chakulia. She had told me that she would bring a jalebi for me, but she has not returned. Please, yo, give me a little something to eat.
Jalebi? Have you been following me?
Suhasini cast a confused look at the boy and resumed her walk. The boy followed, but she was faster.
Bye bye. Dhire dhire.
The noise of heavy vehicles made Suhasini stop and turn around. A Jharkhand bus passed to capacity. It Kalchi, a young man older than that, checked up and down from the back of precarious Tucker. Subhasini, if she needed a ride.
Okate?
Where was the child? I cannot see him. Where he had gone, he could not be far. Had he boarded the bus?
Okate? Okate, do you want to come or not? We don't have much time.
The dark, bully Khalisi repeated.
Yes, yes, I want to.
Come then. Where to?
Roshpal.
There are no seats. You'll have to go standing.
Yes, I'll stand.
The Khalsi took her back and gave her an amused look when he refused to part her precious thonga.
What is in there? Gold.
Jahange, do your own work.
Subhasini Churba. The culture hauled Subhasini up into crowded vehicle and banned the bus up twice. The driver changed gear and bus moved along. Subhasini turned her head this way, that way to find the husband child. He was not in the bus. The bus traffic station near the school building outside Roswell. From there she turned to her hut, where it seemed nearly half the village had gathered. Pata, her children, and all the neighbors were crashing in and out of her house, talking in loudly, French tone. She got up. Nilumani was quiet. She had her mother and began sobbing. Other women stopped to look at them, and that if one woman crew began howling and beating their breath and tearing their hair. But I embraced Shivachini. Kanun, Kunut
Kulu's
mother,
mother! What has happened, Kulu's mother? What has happened?
all the women joined her, hurting.
What has happened? Hey Chandabanga, what have you done? We are ruined.
Pata banged her head against the wall of Shivachini's hand. Subhasini blushed in the Kunu was lying on the cot where she had left him morning. His eye was shut. Sleeping? He's sleeping? Yes, he is sleeping. No, he is sleeping, yes? It seemed as if Kunaram would hear the commotion and jump up, see his mother standing there before him. Yo, you have come. You have brought the delivery. Yo, have not you? Kunaram lay still.
He was asking for jalebis, yo.
Parul screamed as she clutched her mother.
He was waiting for you. Merely a whore. The buzzing red light district of Lokhipur, a coal mining town, is attached to its working class quarters. In these quarters, more slum than town, comprising nearly a third of Lokhipur, men eat and feed their families out of what they earn after laboring for hours at a stretch within the belly of the earth. Shirtless, sweaty, black with coal dust, and with only their headlamps to guide them in the dark abysses they dig and explore. It is a routine they follow day after day, week after week, year after year. In another part of the slum, women too eat out of their sweat and labor, only it is mixed with the semen and the sweat of men. They toil inside their own abysses, 8 feet by 8 feet rooms painted in garish blue and green, curtained off with old terry cotton saris, illuminated by 100-watt bulbs, the hormone generated heat doused by ceiling fans and colossal desert coolers. This is a routine they follow day after day, week after week, year after year. Everything is on sale here: bodies, companionship. All one needs to do is to keep paying. First, the khaini chewing pot bellied tholas outside the slum who can take anything upwards of 50 rupees to license and entry. Then, the pimps and the jelly bellied madams who take the customers into the right room. Once inside, the houris of Lakhipur take over. But not even Hori could hope to become Shona, the brightest star of Charnadi's house. Shona was a dream, everyone else was merely a whore. The others would just spread their legs and their work was done. Sona would unlock the very gates of a palace of pleasures and invite her customers within as honored guests. If the guest wanted to enter through the front door, he was welcome. If he demanded rear entry, his wish was her command. And if he needed priming before he could enter, she could attend to that too. That was what Sona learnt early and honed to perfection, the art of making a man happy, the art of satisfying a customer. In her early months at Jharnadi's, Sona had wept a lot for the life she had been wrenched from and to which she couldn't return. But then Jharnadi showed her some of the women who had entered the profession with her, all dancers turned prostitutes. Destitute, they had no one in their lives, no one to call their own. Jharnadi and some other madams looked after them, fed them, and waited for them to die.
Even we will end up like this.
Jharnadi had sighed.
All of us will. This life will not let us escape. All we can ensure is that we do not end up living like this.
Sona had listened with bated breath.
They couldn't keep up.
Jharna continued, a faraway look in her eyes.
They couldn't make money. Without money, look what they have become.
She turned to Sona.
I at least have enough to feed myself when I have no one. Then, one day, hopefully, I will go away in peace. Had I wrapped my hands and legs around me when I was younger, I would have ended up like them. You understand? So,
Charna did not need to complete what she was saying. Sona understood. If she had to survive, she had to keep up. And keep up, she did. And while there was always competition at Jharnadi's house, fresh meat always attracts more flies. The true connoisseurs, the eternal regulars, the customers who matter, would all ask for Sona. Many years earlier, Jharnadi had been the mistress of a zamindar of some village near Lokhipur. That zamindar had a wife, whom he had married with fire as witness. She did what was asked of her. She gave him maize and kept her mouth shut afterwards. There was a colony of outcasts near Lakhipur. Zamindars from the surrounding villages would go there with their cronies, smoke hookah, drink, and watch the girls dance to the beats of the dholak. The dancing girls, who most pleased their patrons, were showered with wads of currency notes and given gold and silver jewellery from the personal collections of the zamindars. Jharna caught the fancy of one such zamindar, and it was not long before she found her way into. Time passed, and the eyes of fortune hunters fell on Lokhipur and the villages around it. It didn't take a diviner's gaze to know what treasures were buried under the soil. Then the drought happened. Farmers began deserting their fields and moving away. The zamindars sold their properties to mining firms and shifted to apartment blocks and duplexes in cities. The colony of outcasts transformed into a red light district. What Jharna and other dancing girls like her would have to do with just one man, they were forced to do with many men several times a day once the mines began operations. The musicians who once accompanied them during the performances became their pimps. Villages fell, a town rose, Lokhipur. The coal mine town, mud houses fell, concrete ones mushroomed. Roads, police outposts, a railway station, a bus depot, shops, markets, a slum, and the busiest red light area in the whole of the mining zone. Jharna became Jharnadi. Once a dainty waisted dancer, she was now a rough talking brothel madam who wielded enormous clout. The DSP, the Bada Babu at the Thana, the managers of the mines, the union leaders, the Thikedar, as well as the big fish of the shadowy world of coal mining were all her patrons. Only the previous month, three of her girls had danced at a function organized by some coal mine owners. The DSP of the area was a special guest. Goons who worked for mine owners fired shots into the air when the girls threw off their tops and danced in their bodices as "A Raja Ji, Baja Baji ke na Baji" played at a deafening volume. The DSP later received his gift in return for the magnanimity he had showed to the mine owners, Sona. As long as she had Sona, Jannadi knew, she would keep reaping profits. For Sona was a dream, everyone else was merely a whore. Shona had been brought to Jharnadi by a supplier along with other girls, some from Bengal and Bihar, two from Nepal, and three from Bangladesh. Sona was one of the light complexioned ones among them. Jharna saw something in her. The supplier was astonished.
Just one, Jhanna madam. What she not good enough?
yes, I know what I want.
Jharnadi trusted her instinct. She'd seen in Sona's eyes something that went beyond innocence. Beneath her skin, she sensed unspoken secrets and stories that she'd never tell. What she didn't see, though, was resignation. Jharnadi handed Sona soap and a jhinga loofah.
Scrub yourself clean.
She said.
I want to see your real color.
Jharna sometimes wondered where Sona came from and what her real name was, but she couldn't ask questions. And Sona never shared anything with anyone. She preferred the present, not the past or the future. VIP clients had Sona brought to their houses and hotel rooms. Cars were sent for her. She received clothes and jewelry, electronic items. Some of her clients forgot their wallets stuffed with cash on her bed. Some forgot their underwear. They told Jharna how much they liked being with Sona, how much they appreciated her techniques. She was like potter's clay in their hands. They could knead her as much as they pleased, and she seemed to enjoy the kneading as much as they did. She became their lover, not someone they had paid to spend a night with. She made them hers, each one of them, whether minister, policeman, businessman, or gunda. Every time a patron called Jharnadi, whether after an appointment with Sona or to ask for one, he'd say,
Ma kosam Janna madam, I see that.
among the regulars at Jharnadi's was a young transporter called Nirmal. He must be 28 or 30, tall, dark, and posh, with refined tastes. He was a bodybuilder and a hulking man, so large in fact that later Sona would place her open hand on his and say,
My hand is a photo. Yours is a photo frame.
Nirmal, dressed in white iron shirts, tight corduroy pants, and big boots, a beret, and Ray-Ban aviators completed his look.
What? Are you Dabang?
Sona jokingly asked him one evening when he removed his aviators and placed them on a stool near Sona's bed before taking off his clothes. He looked at her puzzled. Then he understood and laughed.
No,
Nirmal said, removing his beret.
I am Juda.
One day, after they had had a vigorous session, Sona asked why Nirmal needed to pump iron every day. He said, cockily caressing her face.
You don't know, Janu? I have to look strong day and night. I am working with Chor and Gunda. You never know when a fight is going to break out. I need to keep a good body, muscular body, to keep peace at the place where I work.
He smiled at her as she stroked the bicep that he had playfully bulged for her. She loved his voice. It was deep and, like his body, muscular and strong. Nirmal's voice made Sona swoon. She could remember the smell of no other man but Nirmal. She could smell on her sheets even after she had slept with 10 men. There were days when he would order food and drinks for both of them: pulao, biryani, mutton, chicken, fried fish, whiskey, rum, soda, cold drinks, ice. Nirmal would lie on Sona's bed, shirtless, in his trousers or only in his briefs, smoking a navy cut, while Sona prepared drinks for him or served food to him on a styrofoam plate. He would feed her pulao and biryani with his own hand. They would drink alcohol together in small plastic cups, Blender's fried whiskey diluted with chill soda, XXX rum mixed with thumbs up. He would fuck her drunk. Once Nirmal was taking Sona from the back when he farted. Sona, on the verge of an orgasm, fell over onto her face, helpless with laughter. Nirmal himself doubled over Sona, laughing. Pulling out, he lay next to her. They looked at each other and laughed. When they were done laughing, they started to fuck again, but the fart returned to their minds and they began laughing again. One day, in a fit of laughter, after she'd had one too many drinks, Sona jumped out of Nirmal's embrace and doubled up on the floor. She laughed so much that she lost control of her bladder. Then, on seeing the pool on the floor, she tried to run out, unmindful that she was wearing nothing. Nirmal, naked, jumped off the bed and held her close.
Let me go.
No, you are not going out like this.
I will.
No, you will do what I tell you to.
Sona put her arms around Nirmal and tried kissing him on the lips. Nirmal averted his face.
Why? Why will I do what you tell me?
You will do as I say.
Kiss me.
No, not now.
Kiss me, I will do what you say, you do what I say.
I will. First, you come with me.
No, you kiss me now.
Nirmal kissed her lightly on the cheek.
Kiss my lips.
Nirmal carefully pushed her face away from his and carried her to the bed.
You are not in like that.
He said as he laid her down.
You rest now, I will come later.
No, don't leave me. Don't go.
Sona wouldn't let go of Nirmal's hand, although her voice was faltering and she was passing out. After Sona went into a deep slumber, Nirmal covered her with a sheet, dressed up, and left, placing a wad of notes by Sona's side. All of this seemed very strange to Sona. The things that Nirmal did to her for her, the words that Nirmal spoke, the timbre of the voice in which he said those words, the touch of his fingers on her skin, his breath, the smell of alcohol, cigarette smoke, and Rajnikandha Tulsi from his body. Everything had become so familiar that Sona began to wonder if it all were for real. She began imagining a scenario in which Nirmal wanted to more than just fuck her. Sona allowed herself the tiny sliver of a chance that she could have a life away from this daily procession of men, away from the constant nakedness, the competition in Jharnadi's house, a life of sickness and solitude once her time was up. She began dreaming of a life in which both Nirmal and she could be fully dressed and walking on the streets of Lokhipur hand in hand, laughing and talking freely, not whispering to each other lying naked in Sona's tiny curtained cube.
You have guns?
Sona asked, idly drawing circles around Nirmal's bare nipples, arousing him enough to make him hold her buttock and raise her leg over his body.
Cannot use the gun all time.
He whispered, holding her lower lip with his thumb and index finger.
If I can fight a man with my arm, why do I need to shoot him? That's risky.
He pulled her lip and brought her face closer to his.
In our business, we need to check the list. Otherwise, we are finished.
Sona expected Nirmal to kiss her on her lips, but he didn't. He never did, and left Sona yearning to feel his lips upon hers. Once Jharnadi said to Sona cautiously, careful about protecting her investment.
We belong to different worlds, child. He is not like the others.
Sona snapped.
A few moments with him, just a few moments with him, and that becomes intolerable to some people.
Jharnadi said nothing. It wasn't as if Nirmal was taking Sona away from Lokhipur. He came like other clients, asked for Sona, paid generously afterwards, and left. A friend of Nirmal's, Nandu, first brought him to Lokhipur in return for a favor. Jharnadi lined up all the girls before them.
Pick an item.
Being the guest, Nirmal went first. He scanned the girls wide-eyed, each one dressed more garishly than the other. Then he spotted Sona, standing at one end of the line, smiling mysteriously at the procedure. She was in a blouse and saya, her untied hair fell over both her ample breasts, and her face was the shade of a properly baked clay pot. His eyes stopped when they met hers. They took each other in for a second or two. Then she shifted her gaze to Nandu and smiled at him.
Good choice.
Nandu prompted. Sona led Nirmal into her 8 by 8 cube.
Your first time in Lakhipur?
Yes.
Nirmal said it promptly realized that he shouldn't have given himself away. A man's first time in a brothel could also mean a man's first time with a woman. And whores have a nasty way of dealing with first timers, he had heard. It wasn't his first time. He had taken respectable women, even wives and lovers of his friends, secretly, at hotels and lodges, at friends' houses, even at the bus stand where a ticket agent had arranged a girl for him. But yes, it was his first time in a brothel.
So, what can I do for you?
Sona had a mischievous glint in her eyes. Was she making fun of him? Mother Chod. He wanted to swear at her, but she was his gift from his friend, and presents are to be valued.
Done.
What? Her eyes incredulous asked. Yes, you heard it right, his eyes said. As Nirmal and Sona tested each other, he thought of the party at the bus stop the girl had danced before an audience of 8 men, among whom Nirmal lay sprawled out on a khatia as befitted his status as boss. That girl, a mere chit, had stripped down to her bra and panties, white, transparent, and keeping with the song that was playing, Tip tip barsa pani, pani ne aag lagai. The men, all of them drunk, had kept lurching up to the girl and poured bottle after bottle of Bisleri on her till her breasts, her pubic hair, the crack between her buttocks, everything was visible, outlined by her wet clinking bra and panties.
चीज है booted.
The agent said he was so aroused that he had flung an empty beer bottle at her feet. The bottle had smashed to pieces, at which all the men began laughing. Nirmal had only smiled.
बॉस कैसन है?
The agent asked Nirmal. Nirmal said nothing. Smiling, he kept his eyes fixed on the gyrating girl, raised his left hand, touched his left thumb with the index finger, and raised the remaining three fingers. The girl kept dancing. She was nervous, yet smiled as she lip synced, secure in the knowledge that no one would dare to do anything to her as long as their boss was around. She was, after all, Nirmal's boss item. Nirmal had felt very responsible for that mousy little girl. After the dance, the girl was sent to Nirmal. There, along with his clothes, Nirmal stripped off the detached, gentlemanly demeanor which he had put on so successfully before his subordinates. He lay down naked on a quilt the men had thoughtfully spread on the floor of the room, his penis stiff and upright.
बैठ इसके पर.
He pulled the girl to him. The girl complied and facing Nirmal's feet, holding his penis with a hand, lowered herself over him. Small that she was, and going by how she carried herself, quite new to the business. It took her some time to position herself and insert Nirmal's penis. Impatient and seeking quick release, Nirmal steadied her body and thrust upwards. Ah! The girl screamed. Nirmal coddled her.
ना ना आवाज नहीं, कुछ नहीं होगा.
He bounced the girl up and down on his penis. While the girl gasped in pain, the position was unsatisfying. So Nirmal pushed her face down, made her kneel forward, positioned himself on his knees behind her, and took her doggy style. The girl was small and thin, a bag of bones. One powerful push, and Nirmal's thigh slapped against the girl's buttocks. As he settled into a steady rhythm, it seemed as if their fucking could be heard all over the silent bus stand. Pat, 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 pat. Ah, 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 ah. The girl groaned as all notions of Nirmal boss being a gentleman went flying out of her mind. Men giggled outside the room.
क्या बॉस मारी दे बेटा.
Someone asked, laughing. Nirmal smiled to himself. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, held the girl's waist, and carried on pumping steadily.
बॉस कुछ बोले नहीं, हमारे लिए कुछ बचेगा.
The same voice asked again.
दूसरा जुगाड़ करना होगा क्या? यहाँ सब 500 नहीं होगा यार. रूफ पे लगा.
Nirmal shouted, laughing.
यहाँ हम पसीने में बहा रहे और चलो तुम लोग.
The men outside the room doubled over in laughter. Nirmal bent over the girl's back and kissed her nape. She groaned and shivered. Kya?
क्या नाम है तेरा?
He whispered to her with exaggerated tenderness of a drunken man.
Huh?
The girl
तेरा
asked, confused.
तेरा नाम क्या है?
Nirmal repeated, louder than the last time, reaching over to squeeze her breasts and nipples.
Pinky.
पिंकी.
हाँ.
बड़े तेरा चीज है तू पिंकी.
Nirmal whispered.
कब से ये धंधा कर रहा है?
Before Pinky could answer, Nirmal ejaculated and slumped over, crushing Pinky beneath her. Nearly half a minute later, he rose, he peeled the condom off, threw it away, dressed, and left the room. Outside, he received a hero's welcome. The memories of that night loomed in his mind as Sona danced before him.
मुन्नी बदनाम हुई डार्लिंग तेरे लिए
He had an unbearable hard on.
Duck,
He ordered.
come to me.
What now, sir?
Sona asked courteously, confidently. The demand for an impromptu dance had taken her aback, but not by much.
Come to me.
Nirmal gestured at her with his index finger.
I am tired. Give me a message now.
He then sprawled on a bed. Sona fetched a bottle of mustard oil. She began undressing Nirmal and stopped at his briefs.
Take that off. Message me all over.
Sona smiled, familiar with this drill. Naked, Nirmal lay face down on Sona's bed. She poured oil over his arms, back, and buttocks and rubbed some on her palms. She then rubbed him down, his thick chin-goer's arms, his broad back, his slim, taut, shapely buttocks, a shade darker than the rest of his body.
Inside. Inside.
Nirmal prompted, arousal taking over. Sona inserted her fingers between Nirmal's buttocks and felt the softness there. She stroked that small diamond between his anus and scrotum. He moaned in pleasure when she asked Nirmal to roll over so that she could massage his chest. He already had a giant erection. He grabbed Sona and hitched her blouse. As Sona straddled Nirmal and leaned over him, her breasts fell onto his chest. He pounded her hungrily as if sex were food and he had been starved for months. She clutched his hair as he gobbled her tits, moaning, screaming in pleasure, egging him on. She raised her legs and folded her knees as he reached a satisfying climax inside her. It was the best sex Nirmal ever had. It must have been. Why else would he keep returning to Jharna Dees for Sona? And it wasn't as if Nirmal had no one to compare Sona with. In fact, there were many. At the time of their first encounter, Nirmal was carrying on two affairs simultaneously. He was spending his afternoons pleasuring the middle aged wife of an officer in the mining company. Nirmal sought business from the husband, and in return satisfied the wife, fucking her as she pleased in the mornings. He was teaching the 18-year-old daughter of a union leader a business acquaintance the technicalities of driving an automobile and initiating her into the pleasures of giving him oral sex. There were other women too, short lived, eager fucks. At the end of that day, Nandu had paid and helped Nirmal out to his car, and all the way drunk and happy he had repeatedly told Nandu.
तू एक नंबर का दोस्त है तू मेरा असली भाई है क्या चीज दिला तुमको हमको क्या चीज है सोना
Nandu laughed, swigged from a bottle of Kingfisher beer, and passed the bottle to Nirmal. After he had slept for 6 hours at a stretch, after the hangover had abated, after he had bathed and eaten a full meal, Sona returned to Nirmal's mind. Sona's magic had worked. The second time, without Nandu, he went straight to Jharnadi.
I want that car.
He demanded.
Why do you come to me again and again?
Sona asked Nirmal. They had just finished another session, but Sona was in no hurry to clean up to receive another client. Sona's business hadn't suffered yet. She was still very popular, still in demand, but who knew what was to come? Sona, blinded by her infatuation for Nirmal, could not see what was going on behind her back. What was being said about her? The questions that were being asked. But Jharna, whose own sufferings had made her a shrewd, could clearly see that a star girl had taken the wrong road, a road that would only lead to disappointment and heartbreak.
क्या जानना मत तुम
Sona's regular customers complained to Jharna.
What has happened to your girl? Every time we come for her, she's busy. More new girl coming to Lukhipur. Jhanna madam.
Another customer, a strong man himself, and one who knew Nirmal quite well, said to Jharna.
Men like us don't have to go looking for girl. We keep one each finger of our. If you so nothing that one of us going to marry her and take her away somewhere, then
He did not need to complete his sentence. Jharna understood.
We do not have wings, girl. We cannot even think of growing them.
Jharna could only drop guarded hints. Sona heard, exhaled bitterly, and unheard what Jharna had said. Now, alone in her cubicle with Nirmal, she did not want to think of anything, not her past or her present. She had only Nirmal on her mind.
Hey,
She called out to Nirmal, who lay on the bed, his bulk occupying most of it while Sona huddled against the wall. His left arm cushioned his head while he held a cigarette in his line. Right.
Hey, listen.
hey, listen.
Sona poked him in the abdomen.
I asked, why do you... Oh, what?
I asked,
Da, da, da.
hey, listen.
Sona poked him in the abdomen.
What?
I asked, why do you come to me again and again?
This was the first time Sona had asked a client this question. She had never needed to.
Well,
Nirmal turned his face towards her, blew a mouthful of smoke onto her face, then turned away.
don't you want me to come return to you?
No.
Sona replied mischievously, turned on her side, and propped her head on her elbows. There was not much space for her, so she pushed Nirmal a bit.
I don't say that.
Then,
Nirmal stubbed out the cigarette on the floor, turned on his side towards Sona, and began tenderly rubbing her naked back.
what do you want to say?
Well,
Sona rested her elbows and lay her head on the bed, looking at Nirmal.
I am saying there are so many new girls coming here. Don't you want them?
Well,
Nirmal smiled and looked into Sona's eyes.
I would love to have a new girl, someone I could all day, not like you.
He pretended to be serious.
You only worry about work and money?
What? Sona responded to Nirmal's chest with an earnest seriousness. She rose on her elbows.
I only worry about work. Tell me, what else will I do if I don't do this? Who will feed me and clothe me?
Well, stay with me. I will look after you.
Nirmal laughed. Then he caught Sona's hand, pulled her towards him, and placed her hand on his chest.
What? You don't have faith in me?
Such moments made Sona melt. These were the times when worries of work and money evaporated completely, and she began dreaming of spending her life with Nirmal. Sona looked thoughtfully for some time at Nirmal's smiling face, his hand still holding her hair. Sona looked thoughtfully for some time at Nirmal's smiling face, his hand still holding her hand upon his chest. Then she giggled and hid her face in Nirmal's chest. Nirmal could feel the saliva trickle out of the corner of her mouth and onto his skin.
Hey, you are tickling me.
Sona lifted her head, still giggling, and looked at him. You, she asked shyly, controlling her smile, averting his gaze.
You really mean that?
Mean what?
That you would.
Somehow, she couldn't complete her sentence.
Well,
Nirmal contorted his mouth into an indifferent, inverted U.
if you don't believe me, I can still go to that new girl. What's her name? Yes, Tina. She is beautiful.
He looked at Sona's expression. The smile on Sona's face vanished. Tina, the new girl, had already started gaining a reputation. Nandu had had her twice and recommended her to Nirmal. Nirmal, though, hadn't taken any other whore in Luckipur. He did not need to. Sona was satisfying him in most ways he sought to be satisfied.
Don't ever go to that kutia.
Sona screamed at Nirmal and sat up on the bed, her naked breast heaving in anger. Nirmal was finding it hard to control both his laughter and an erection.
Don't laugh.
Sona said, sitting cross-legged on the bed, and Nirmal noticed for the first time how neatly she had trimmed her pubic hair. Despite himself, Nirmal was aroused once more. But before everything else, he needed to listen to her vent her anger.
Listen to me carefully. That Tina, she's a cheat. You know what she did?
Nirmal nodded his head to indicate he didn't.
She had a customer a few nights ago. He was totally drunk. He asked Tina what he could buy for her. You know what Tina asked for? She asked for oranges. The customer went to that fruit shop in the corner. Arey, that one which stays open all night. He went there and brought 1 kilo of oranges. You know how much that harami shopkeeper charged for those oranges? 200 rupees. Can you imagine? 200 rupees for 1 kilogram oranges. That bechara customer, he went and gave those oranges to Tina, but that Tina, she did not eat those oranges. Not a single one she ate. After the customer left, that cheat Tina, she took those oranges to that benchot shopkeeper and sold those oranges back to him for 100 rupees. Can you imagine that?
अच्छा.
Nirmal pretended to be surprised.
Then what? And you want to take that Tina? Go take her. Who's stopping you?
You're stopping me?
Nirmal pulled Sona to him.
And you're cheating me as well.
I'm cheating you? How?
Sona tried to break free from his grip. Nirmal held her tightly. He grabbed her hand and placed it on his erect cock. Sona blushed. It was strange. She had never blushed before other customers. And she had been naked with Nirmal so many times before. It was not the first time she was holding his erection in her hand. Why was she blushing?
Look what you have done to me.
Nirmal smiled, rubbing her hand over his erection.
Now, will you do something about this or just leave me high and dry like that Tina does to her man?
Sona freed her hand and giggled.
Why did you keep that?
Nirmal started looking for something impatiently.
What?
She asked, still giggling, aware of what he was looking for.
Calm down. Where?
Why do you need it now?
She smiled and backed away from the bed.
Don't play with me. Where is it?
साजन मेरा उस पर है मिलने को दिल बेकरार है.
Sona hummed, playfully leaning against a wall, naked, her arms stretched, rubbing the big thumb of her right leg on her left shin. By that time, Nirmal had found a condom beneath her mattress. He sheathed his penis, jumped up to her and grabbed her hair. They went at it again, more vigorous than earlier. Nirmal pinned Sona against the wall, supported her left thigh over his right, holding her buttocks, raised and lowered her, grunting in supreme gratification. Sona clung to him as if he were life itself.
Kiss me.
She told Nirmal.
What?
Kiss me. Please.
Nirmal slowed his pumping and gave her a cautious peck on her cheek.
No, no, here.
Look,
Nirmal said in between grunts.
let me do this in peace. You don't know how I'm feeling now.
No, no.
Sona grabbed his hair and pulled his head away from her body.
Please. Kiss me. You never kiss me.
Nirmal freed his head and kissed Sona all over her face, her neck, her chest, her breasts, everywhere but her lips. He sucked on her nipples, trying to arouse her some more so that she would stop asking to be kissed on her lips.
Are you happy?
Nirmal asked.
Am I not making you happy? Tell me, Charlie.
No, don't do that.
Sona pulled his head away from her breasts.
Why don't you kiss me on the lips?
मारा चो मूड खराब कर दिया.
Nirmal pulled himself out.
Kiss? I don't kiss randomly on the lip. You are not happy with what I am doing with you? Just see what else I can do to you.
Angrily, he threw Sona onto the bed, face down, and spread her buttocks. He then forced himself into her anus unlubricated. As he heaved himself into her, he said angrily,
Charlie, they are the union leader daughters of my dick. You want me to kiss on your lip? Pick a few kind words, and they forget their place, Wendy.
Nirmal emptied himself and pulled out, but so forceful had he been that the sheath, filled with his semen, remained stuck inside. Let's go. He dressed up, flung a wad of currency notes on Sona, and left the room. Sona stayed that way for a long time, naked, face down. the condom still stuck inside her anus. She kept staring at the wall before her. She felt like crying. But the last time she had cried was years ago. While Jhanadi's house buzzed with talk about what happened between Sona and Nirmal, no one mentioned anything to Sona. Then, one morning, Sona hurled a glass at Tina. She missed, and as the glass shattered on the wall, she stalked off. Once Sona was out of earshot, Tina laughed hysterically. Jhanadi was sympathetic but stern.
Pay attention to your work. Life teaches us lessons. Learn those lessons and move on.
Sona couldn't look Jhanadi in the face. She had nothing to say. They came again 3 months later. Nirmal, Nandu, and three of their friends. It was like the first time. They were all Nandu's guests. This time, though, Nirmal did not strut through Jhanadi's house as if he owned the place.
Auntie, our friend is getting married.
Nandu pointed towards Nirmal, who laughed heartily.
In 7 days, he will get someone to perform with me.
Nirmal laughed the loudest at this.
Auntie,
Nandu continued.
or not use it to something to remember for his rest of his life?
Jhanadi's girls, ready to be displayed before the customers, never paid attention to what the men said. But this time, it was different. Knowing all that had happened between Sona and Nirmal, they just held their breath listening to each word that was being spoken.
Why not?
Charna was at her coach's best.
You are our regulars.
Then, turning to Nirmal, she said,
Don't forget us once you get married.
Arey auntie, what are you saying? Certainly I will come. How can I forget you?
Nirmal laughed again. Sona's heart sank. Did Nirmal really mean what he said? Would he return? Once again, Nirmal was given first choice. Without thinking or even looking at all the girls, he chose Tina. He did not look in Sona's direction at all. Nandu chose Sona.
So, I come to you again.
Nandu said to Sona, smiling as he climbed over her, both of them naked. Sona smiled at him.
Long time, very long time. I cannot tell how much I miss you.
Nandu kissed Sona's nipples.
Give me the same far, same great far.
He held her buttocks and positioned her under his body. Sona complied. As Nandu began pumping himself inside Sona, he said some more things, but Sona did not hear all that. She just wrapped her legs around Nandu's hips and countered his thrusts. It made him happy. He dug his face into Sona's neck and kissed her deeply.
The Adivasi will not dance. They pinned me to the ground. They did not let me speak. They did not let me protest. They did not even let me raise my head and look at my fellow musicians and dancers as they were being beaten up by the police. All I could hear were their cries for mercy. I felt sorry for them. I had failed them, because what I did on my own. Yet, did I have a choice? Had I only spoken to them about my plan, I'm sure they would have stood by me, for they too suffer the same as I. They would have stood by me, they would have spoken with me, and together our voices would have rung out loud. They would have travelled out of Santhal Pargana, out of our Jharkhand, all the way to Delhi and all of Bharat Disam. The world itself would have come to know of our suffering. Then perhaps something would have been done for us. Then perhaps our president would have agreed with what I said to him. But I did not share my plan with anyone. I went ahead alone, like a fool. They grabbed me, beat me to the ground, put their hands on my mouth and gagged me. I felt so helpless and so foolish. But we Santhals are fools, aren't we? All of us Adivasis are fools. Down the year, down generations, the Diku have taken advantage of our foolishness. Tell me if I'm wrong. I only said, we Adivasis will not dance anymore. What is wrong with that? We are like toys. Someone presses our on button or turns a key in our backside and we Santhal starts beating rhythms on our tamak and tumdak or start blowing tunes on our tidio while someone snatches away our very dancing grounds. Tell me, am I wrong? I had not expected things to go so wrong. I thought I was speaking to the best man in India, our president. I thought he would listen to my words. Isn't he our neighbor? His forefathers were all from the Birbhum district next door. His ancestral house is still there, Birbhum, where Ravin Haram lived in harmony with Santals. I have been to that place Ravin Haram set up. What is it called? Yes, Shantiniketan. I went there a long time ago to perform with my troupe. I saw that we Santals are held in high regard in Shantiniketan. Shantiniketan is in Birbhum and our president is also from Birbhum. He should have heard me speak, no? But he didn't. Such a fool I am, a foolish Santal, a foolish Adivasi. My name is Mangal Murmu. I am a musician. No, wait. I'm a farmer, or was a farmer. Was a farmer is right, because I don't farm anymore. In my village of Matiajor, in Amrapara, block of the Pakur district, not many Santals farm anymore. Only a few of us still have farmland. Most of it has been acquired by a mining company. It is a rich company. It is not that we didn't fight the acquisition, we did. While we were fighting, the political leader came. That political leader came, this Kiristan sister came, this Kiristan father came, apparently to support us. But we lost. And after we lost, everyone left. The leaders went back to Ranchi and Delhi or wherever they had to go. The Kiristans returned to their missions, but our land did not come back to us. On the other hand, a Kiristan sister was killed and our boys were implicated in her murder. The papers, the media, everyone blamed our boys. They reported that the Kiristan sister was fighting for our rights and yet our boys had killed her. No one bothered to see that our boys had been fighting for our land and rights from even before that Kiristan sister came. Why would they kill her? Just because our boys did not have reporter friends, their fights were unseen, while the Kiristan sister, with her network of missionaries and their friends, got all the attention. Now that our boys are in jail on false charges of murder, who will fight for us? Where are our missionaries and their friends now? If the missionaries are our well-wishers and were fighting for us, why did they run away? Kill a well-known Christian sister, accuse a few unknown Santhal boys, fighting for their lands of her murder, move both obstacles, the Christian sister and the Santhal boys, out of the way. Grab as much land as possible, build as many mines as possible, and dig out all the coal. This is how this coal company works. Is this scenario so difficult to understand that the media does not get it? If coal merchants have taken a part of our land, the other part has been taken over by stone merchants. All Digu, Marwari, Sindhi, Mandal, Bhagat, Muslim. They turn our land upside down, inside out with their heavy machines. They sell the stones they mine from our earth in faraway places, Delhi, Noida, Punjab. This coal company and these quarry owners, they earn so much money from our land. They have built big houses for themselves in town. They wear nice clothes. They send their children to good schools in faraway places. When sick, they get themselves treated by the best doctors in Ranchi, Patna, Bhagalpur, Malda, Bardhaman, Kolkata. What do we Santals get in return? Tatters to wear. Barely enough food. Such diseases that we cannot breathe properly. We cough blood and forever remain bare bones.
For education, our children are at the mercy of either those pre-government schools where teachers come only to cook the midday meal, or those Christian missionary schools where our children are constantly asked to stop worshipping our Bongo Guru and start revering Jesus and Mariam. If our children refuse, the sister and the father tell our boy that certain them Hopna, Som, Chingarai are not good on it. They are renamed David, Mikhail, and Christopher, and whatnot. And as if that were not enough, Muslim burst into our home, sleep with our women, and we Santal men cannot do anything. A thing. But what can we do? They outnumber us, village after village in our Santal Pargana, which should have been home for us Santals, are turning into Muslim village. Hindu live around Pakur town or in other places. Those few Hindus here who live in Santal village belong to a belong to lower caste. They too are powerless and outnumbered. Why would the Hindu help us? The rich Hindu living in Pakur town only interested in our land. They are only interested in making us sing and dance at their wedding. If they come to help us, they will say that we Santal need to stop eating cow and meat and pig meat, that we need to stop drinking handy. They too want to make us forget our Sarna religion, convert us into Sapahar, and swell their number to become more valuable board bank. Sapahar, the pure people, the clean people, but certainly not clean as pure as themselves, that was pure. Always a little lesser than they are. In the eye of Hindu, we Santal are only either a Christian or the almost soba, hapaha. We are losing our Sarna faith, our identity and our root. We are becoming the people from now. It is call and the tone. Sir, they are making us lazy. The Koila road ran through our village, while the mantras are very coil in Koila road. There is no test for any other people. They are lost, they staff driver, they can run down any vehicle that come in their way. They cannot help it. It is their job. But the more round they make, the more money they earn. The and what if they kill? Coal company cannot afford to have its business slow down by a few days. They give money to the people, family of dead. The matter remain unreported, and there were great copy, carrying another load up for the company. And we Santal, well, we would port when there is no entry on Kuala Road. For that is when all our women, children come out on the road and some of dead harvest. Then using nails, finger, hand, and whatever tool that we can manage, we till coal. The driver cannot stop us, nor can those pot bellied Bihari security posted along Kuala Road by the company. For they know if they do not allow us to steal coal, we will head out the road and not let their truck move. But a few stolen quintal when the company is mining ton and ton hardly matter. They know that if we, the descendant of great rebel Sido and Kanua, make up our mind, we can top all the business in the area. So they behave sensibly and practically. After all, they were already have our land. They are already stealing our coal. They don't want to snatch away from our right to re-steal it. It is this coal that which is cobbling us bit up by bit. There is blackness deep in the rebel all along the corridor. The tree and the shrub in our village bear the black leaf. Our outer earth have become black. The stone, the rock, the sand, all black. The tiles on the roof of our heart had lost their fire burnt red. The vine and flower and peacock with sontal, the on outer wall of our house are black. Our children, the king, as they are forever covered with fine black dust. When they cry and tears stream down their face, it seems as if the river is cutting across a drought-stricken land. Only our eyes burn red like embers. Our children hardly go to school, but everyone, whether they stand cool or not, remain on the alert day and night for way to keep cold and for way to sell it. Sometimes don't understand business. We get the school easy, yet we don't charge much for it. Only enough food, clothes, drink, but that Jola, you call them Muslim, we Jola, they know the value of gold, they know the value of money, they charge the price that is best for them, and further cultivate material. The higher its price became. A decade earlier, when Tantal of material were beginning their annual journey to share crops in farm of Namal. Poor Jolla family turned up from Namal and asked us for shelter. A poor Lord, they look at impoverished at us. Perhaps was in return they offered their service. They told us in our absence they would look after our field and farm them for a share of produce. We trusted them. They started working on field, built four huts in distant corner of Matiyadur. Today, the small cluster of four huts has grown into a tola of more than 100 house, not hut. While we Santal in our village still live in our mud house. Yes, each Jola house had at least one of brick wall and a cemented yard. The tola is now called Jolla Tola of Matijor. One Matijor is to be an exclusively Santal village. Today it has a Santal Tola, Jolla Tola, with the latter being the bigger. Sometimes I wonder who operates here. These Jola are hardworking and they always unite. They may fight among themselves, they may break each other's cap for petty matters, they may fail if I agent each other at Thana, they may drag each other to court, but if non-Jola say even one offensive word to Jola, the entire Jola Tola get together isn't a person. Jola leader from Pakur had gone and were not come down to express solidarity, and in Chantal, our men are beaten up, thrown into police law up into jail for plenty reason and on false charge. Our women are raped, sell their body on Koila Road, most of our are fleeing our place of birth. How united are we? Where are our Chantal leaders? This Chor Chuat leader, where are they?
Forgive me. What can I do? I cannot help it. I am 60 years old and sitting in this lockup after being beaten black and blue. I have no patience anymore, only anger. So, what was I saying? Yes, there are no shouters, no powerful voice among us Santals, and we Santals have no money. Though we are born in lands under which are buried riches, we Santals do not know how to protect our riches. We only know how to escape. That is probably why thousands of Santals from distant corners of Pakur district and elsewhere in the Santhal Pargana board trains to Namal every farming season. They are escaping. Did I tell you? I was once a farmer. Once. My sons farm now. The eldest stays back to work our fields while the other two migrate seasonally to Namal, along with their families. I used to compose songs, I still do, and I still maintain a dance troupe. Though it is not a regular one, the kind I had earlier, some 15-20 years ago, when I was younger and full of energy, enthusiasm, and hope. Matiajori, Patharkola, Amrapara, I had singers and dancers and musicians from all these villages. I used to compose songs and set them to music. And my troupe, young men and women, they used to bring my songs to life through their dances, through their voices, through the rhythms of the tamak and the tumtak and the thrilling of the tirio and the banam. At that time, our Santhal Pargana was not broken up into so many districts. Today, all Diku, Bihari and all, they have broken up our Santhal Pargana for their own benefits. If it suits them, they can go on breaking down districts and create a district measuring just 10 feet by 10 feet. At that time, when I was younger, even Jharkhand had not been broken away from Bihar. Yet, there used to be so much hope. We used to perform in our village, in neighboring villages, in Pakur, in Dumka, in Sahibganj, in Deoghar, in Jamtara, in Patna, in Ranchi, even in Kolkata and in Bhubaneswar, where we were taken to see the sea at Puri. What a sight it was! And when we performed in Godda too, Godda, where my daughter Mugli has been married, we used to be paid money. We used to be given good food, awarded medals and shields and certificates. We used to be written about in the papers. All that has changed now. First, all the members of my troupe are now old. Some have even died. Many have migrated or migrate seasonally. The ones who remain hum songs, sing to each other, but a stage performance? No, not again. Like me, even they are tired, disillusioned. All our certificates and shields, what did they give us? Diku children go to schools and colleges, get education, jobs. What do we Santals get? We Santals can sing and dance, and we are good at our art. Yet, what has our art given us? Displacement, tuberculosis. I have turned 60, perhaps more. I am called Haram now, Haram respectfully. I am having to wear thick glasses. Even my hearing has weakened. Though my voice is still quite good, people in my village say that my voice still impresses them. Sometimes they ask me to sing. I sing some of my old compositions. It makes them happy. I still compose songs, not many. Maybe one song every 6 or 8 months. One song of just 6 to 8 lines. And because I had some fame in the past, I am still invited to perform at public functions in Pakur and Dumka and Ranchi. But I keep putting together new troops, though the members constantly change. I have a dancer today. Tomorrow he is growing potatoes for some Bengali zamindar in Bardhaman. So I have to replace him with some other dancer. 2 days later, the original dancer returns. So I have to replace the substitute. This is how my troops work nowadays, but it brings us some money. And when we are hosted in towns, we are usually fed good food, so we perform. Our music, our dance, our songs are sacred to us Santals, but hunger and poverty has driven us to sell what is sacred to us. When my boys perform at a Diku wedding, I am so foolish. I expect everyone to pay attention. Which Diku pays attention to our music? Even at those high profile functions, most Diku just wait for our performance to end. Yet, be it at an athletic meet, some inauguration, or any function organized by someone high and mighty, in the name of Adivasi culture and Jharkhandi culture, it is necessary to make Adivasis dance. Even Bihari and Bengali and Odia say that Jharkhand is theirs. They call their culture and music and dance superior to those of us Adivasi. Why don't they get their women to sing and dance in open grounds in the name of Jharkhandi culture? For every benefit in job, in education, in whatever, the Diku are quick to call Jharkhand their own. Let the Adivasi go to hell. But when it comes to displaying Jharkhandi culture, the onus of singing and dancing is upon the Adivasi alone. So, how did I land up in front of the president, you ask? Some 3 months ago, an official letter came to my house in Matiajor, a thick white envelope bearing the emblem of the government of Jharkhand. The paper on which the letter was typed in Hindi was equally thick and crisp. In fewer than 5 sentences, I was told that the government of Jharkhand sought the pleasure of my musical performance at some event, the identity and venue of which would be told to me later, and that I should gather a troupe for a 15-20 minute performance, and that all participants would be well paid. The letter was signed by some high ranking IAS officer in Ranchi.
What does a hungry man need? Food. What does a poor man need? Money. So here I was, needing both. And recognition too. We artists are greedy people. We are hungry for acceptance, some acknowledgement, some remembrance. So without thinking, I sent back a reply the very next day saying that yes, I would be happy to perform. I was so happy I went to the big post office in Pakur, more than 20 kilometers away, all by myself, to register that letter. I went in a Vikram, packed with many other Santals like me, all going to Pakur. Nearly all of us travelers were blackened by the dust from the Koila road. Yet I was so happy that I did not notice it at all. Around the time that I was preparing for our performance, selecting young men and women for my troupe, digging up old songs from memory, I was faced with a strange situation. I told you that Mowgli, my daughter, is married into a family in the Godda district, didn't I? Well, she began calling me regularly on my mobile phone. I couldn't understand the situation clearly at first, but it seemed to me that it had something to do with their land. Her husband was a farmer. They are a family of farmers, as are all the Santhal families in that village. There are more villages nearby, populated by Santhals, Paharias, and low caste Hindus. What had happened was that the district administration had asked the inhabitants of all the villages to vacate their land. Their village, farms, everything. 11 villages, can you imagine? The first question everyone asked was, what will the Sarkar do with so much land? Initially, I thought they were all rumors, and I thought, how can anyone force Santals to vacate their land in the Santal Pargana? Didn't we have the Tenancy Act to protect us? Still, the rumors started floating. I went to Godda. We all marched to the block office in a huge group. The officers there assured us that they were all just rumors, the lands were safe, the villages were safe. Yet, later, police were sent to the villages. They came with written orders from district administration. The villages would have to be vacated to make room for a thermal power plant. The villagers refused outright. Santals, low caste Hindus, Paharias, everyone began fighting for the land. The district administration fought back. The agitators were all beaten up and thrown into police lockups. I called my daughter and her small children to Matiajor after her husband was jailed. Mowgli arrived, her children and in-laws in tow. It was strange. A village which annually empties itself every few months was suddenly providing shelter to immigrants. And how would I manage to provide for all these people who were dependent on me now? How could the members of my troop feed all those who had come to seek refuge in their houses? We needed money, and our current mysterious assignment was our only hope. Despite our troubles, we kept practicing. In the meantime, some people arrived to help the villagers facing displacement in Godda. They wrote letters to the government, to people in Ranchi and Delhi. They even wrote letters to businessmen who were planning to build the thermal power plant in Godda. We heard that he was a very rich and very shrewd man. He was also an MP. We also heard that he liked polo, some game played with horses, and that his horses were far better off than all the Santals of the whole of the Santal Pargana. News about displacements taking place in Godda began to come in newspapers and the TV after a few days. All of us tried to concentrate on our practice. But how could we sing and dance with such a storm looming ahead? In between, I received phone calls from several officers in Ranchi and Dumka and Pakur. They asked me to keep working for the show. They never forgot to remind me that the show was of the utmost importance, that we were going to perform before some very important people. Some officers from Dumka and Pakur even came to Matiajor to see if we were really practicing or not. When they saw that we were really working hard, they were happy. They smiled and encouraged us. They talked to us very sweetly, so sweetly that we all wondered if they could really not see how troubled we were feeling. Many times I felt like asking them, how can all of you be so indifferent? How can you expect us to sing and dance when our families are being uprooted from their villages? At other times I felt like asking, which VIP is coming? The President of India? The President of America? You are making us Santals dance in Pakur and you are displacing Santals from their villages in Godda. Isn't your VIP going to see that? Doesn't your VIP read the papers or watch news on TV? We foolish Santals can see what damage is happening around us. Doesn't your VIP see all that? But I stayed silent. Reality started dawning on us 3 weeks before the date of our performance. First, as floating rumors, which were gradually confirmed by newspaper reports. The reality was that the businessman was certainly going to set up a thermal power plant in Godda. The plant would run on coal from the mines in Pakur and Sahibganj. If needed, coal would be brought from other places. That businessman, in fact, needed electricity for the iron and steel plants he was planning to set up in Jharkhand. The plant was to be set up for his own selfish needs, but if he were to be believed, the whole of Jharkhand would receive electricity from this plant. Whole towns would be lit up non-stop. Factories would never stop working for lack of power. There would be development and jobs and happiness all over. And finally, news also reached us that the foundation stone of the plant would be laid by the President of India. We would be performing for him.
Yes, I was shocked. All of us were shocked and sad, also surprised and delighted. We could not believe our luck. We had performed before minister, chief minister, and governor, but never before the president of the country. Then we heard more news. People demonstrating and agitation against forceful acquisition of land were being beaten by police. They were being thrown up into lockup. Preliminary reports that CRPF had been called in to control the situation. 4 villages out of 11 had already been razed to the ground by bulldozer to make room for the foundation stone laying ceremony. But the paper there is glowing report along with the picture of the road which been repaired or rebuilt in Ranchi and Dumka. Breathlessly, they reported that the president would stay in Jharkhand for 3 days. He would spend one in Ranchi. On day two, he would preside over a university convention in Dumka. On day three, he would visit Godda, lay the foundation stone, and fly out of the Jharkhand. We received official intimation of the event a week before it was to take place. One day before the event, we were taken to Kodda by bus. The entire district, the district headquarters was unrecognized. A football ground had been converted into massive helipad. There were hundreds of policemen and CRPF jawans, and everywhere we turned our head, all we could see of people. I knew they had come to see the helicopter. Tucked away in paper had been report that all protesters had been detained and were being held somewhere. But my son-in-law too was among them. From where I stood, the stage looked massive, but still not big enough for all the people who had climbed upon it. Ministers from Delhi and Ranchi, all dressed in their best native clothes, laughing and chatting among themselves, all very happy with progress development. The Central Parvana would now fly to the moon. The Central Parvana would now turn into Delhi and Bombay. The businessman was grinning widely. Patriotic songs in Hindi were playing from loudspeakers placed all the corners of the field. Bharat Mahan, someone was shouting from the stage, trying to rouse the audience. His voice amplified by numerous loudspeakers. What Mohan? I wondered which great nation displaces thousands of its people from their home and livelihood to produce electricity for city and factory. And job? What job? An Adivasi farmer is to farm? Which other job should he made to do? Becomes a servant in some billionaire factory built on land that used to belong to that very Adivasi just a week earlier. Report with camera Reported with cameras swam all over the place. The three men with huge teeth Anthony on their roof were parked near the venue. I identified the logo of popular TV channel painted on the side of one of the vans. I wonder if any of its reporters had visited place where villagers were being detained by the police. My troopy was waiting in an enclosure field specifically for performers at the event. All women were wearing red blouses, blue lungis, and green pants, and huge colorful plastic flowers in their barns. They were carrying steel lotus with flowers and leaves put inside them. All the men were wearing red football jersey and green kacha hat and had tied green kamcha around their head. We all looked very happy. The helicopter arrived. Thud, 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 thud. The rotor chilled the from the playing field. The crowd was excited and a slow roar began. The president was accompanied by his security staff to the stage. He was short, thoughtful man. All Bengali look bland and thoughtful. Why should the Bengal president be any different? The festival began. The man who had been shouting Bharat Mahan announced how fortunate the land of Jharkhand was that iconic billionaire had deemed it suitable to set up thermal power plant here. He did not mention how fortunate the billionaire was that he got to come to Jharkhand, a place, a place rich with mineral deposits beneath its earth, a net population upon it, and bunch of jet greedy, deep-lord, deep-leaded officers and businessmen who ran the state and controlled its land, people, and resources. The Bharat man announced the all came down, and my troop was unchanged into open space before the stage. We entered with our Tamaduk Trium Panam and Panam. The president seemed impressed. The businessman looked bored. When we had taken our plate before the stage, I took my mic in my hand and bowed to the president and tried that mic check if that it was working and began in Hindi. At good Hindi as I could master the at height of my emotion. Actually, it was a miracle that I did not whoop and choke up.
Johar, Rashtrapati Babu, we are very proud and happy that you have come to our Santhal Pargana. And we are also very proud that we have been asked to sing and dance before you and welcome you to our place. We will sing and dance before you, but tell us, do we have a reason to sing and dance? Do we have a reason to be happy? You will now start building the power plant, but this plant will be the end of us all, the end of all the Adivasi. These men sitting beside you have told you that this power plant will change our fortunes. But these same men have forced us out of our homes and villages. We have nowhere to go, nowhere to grow our crops. How can this power plant be good for us? And how can we Adivasis dance and be happy? Unless we are given back our homes and land, we will not sing and dance. We Adivasis will not dance. The Adivasi will not. Acknowledgements. 8 stories in The Adivasi Will Not Dance were first published in different forms and in some instances with other titles in various periodicals. They Eat Meat in La.Let. Sons in Northeast Review. Eating with the Enemy and Merely a Whore in the Four Quarters magazine. Blue Baby in the Statesman. Basoji and Desire Divination Death in Indian Literature. And The Adivasi Will Not Dance in the Dhauli Review. For helping me put together this collection, I remain grateful to my editor at Speaking Tiger, Anurag Basnath. Saro Arjohar. Hansta Sovinder Shekhar, Pakaur, Santhal Pargana, Sunday 9th August 2015.